Hello.
Hi.
Have a good day?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I'm getting my garage painted today. Someone my mom knows for a long time came to paint the garage.
It's all in the house, a lot of scraping and painting.
Well, the house is over 100 years old, but
Yeah.
many times since then.
Right. But after a while, a lot of layers of paint and stuff. What are we doing tonight, Bill? Anything I know about? Or do I have to go on YouTube and find out?
You didn't get my email?
I don't have time for that. I'm lucky I'm here. I mean, I tried, but I just didn't have time.
Electricity.
What is it?
Electricity.
Electricity. Okay. What's your name?
My name Dennis.
Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay. I've seen you.
I met you before.
Yeah, I've been around. Yeah.
They're waiting your cost link. They can't get to the answer.
Should be in your email.
No. They're in the office. We have another partner. He want engage to the Zoom class, but you didn't send him the link, the Zoom link. They're waiting.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have the course link. They don't have. You email to them, but they don't have the ID.
Are you having trouble?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a link for the class.
They're waiting.
Ben,
Yeah.
he sent me email, but there's no link to the class. Needs a link.
You know, maybe instead of doing things that way, we could use my setup here. Just go to YouTube and watch it on YouTube.
Watch me on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do I look
So
for?
we want to get him on the online. Earl.
Called Sunrise Career Institute.
Okay.
Type it in YouTube.
Okay.
Wait,
Much easier.
the course link. Mike help him to ask me, and I let you know. They don't have. They receive the email. Don't have the Zoom link. Yeah, no ID. Yeah.
Are you set up on here?
Yeah, I was. Okay, this is his.
So you just need to put the 2 email address? Who is it to? Do you know the email address you want to send it to?
Yeah. Earl Cox.
Yes.
Type it in. You got a message from the other guy who wants to see it online, right?
Oh, he said, tell Bill, he got email, they don't have the cost link.
Sorry. Michael.
You want to send it on email? On YouTube? Go to YouTube.
YouTube,
Yeah.
he cannot directly send the link to or
Well, I don't know. He didn't type the two email address. I'm wondering if he has the email address.
last time he sent the link, but this time.
I'll show you. I'll show you something. Go to your YouTube.
YouTube.
You have YouTube here? No. It's a little easier, but- Sure.
It's Sunrise Career Institute Incorporated.
Sunrise Career Institute.
Incorporated. Because it's the Sunrise Career Institute also. Right? Okay.
Let me know if you are able. Let me know if you are able.
We're getting
You can create. You're welcome.
I don't know if this is going to be a good turnout. When he does the link, he's got everybody that came, participated, he's got a record of it. This is not going to have a record, right?
You have if they write a comment, then you have a record of who is here.
Well, they better comment.
I don't know his email address. All we need to do is type in the email address, and then we can send it.
Michael last
Oh, but,
send the link.
Sunrise Career
He said-
Institute, comma, Incorporated,
Send the link.
Yes.
because there's the Sunrise Career Institute, a
Yeah.
different, which is different.
Uh-huh.
It's teaching math and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, that's how it's written on his papers. See?
Okay.
So,
But initially, I clicked on Sunrise Career Institute and I didn't get it.
yeah, it's math. They only have one video with 3 views.
Okay. I kept getting your name one more time.
Your name?
Dennis Chai.
Right?
Dennis.
Okay, I think I got it.
Another
And,
3 years ago.
yes,
3 years ago.
okay. And you doing this a long time?
Long time.
Yeah.
But now, oh,
What's it like getting?
my son,
Yeah.
our company have four inspectors.
Okay.
My son and another two.
Okay.
The company have four inspectors. So now attendant plus is another home inspector.
Okay.
They engage.
What- What's it? There's a new
EARL. Yeah. This, this
Earl.
uh.
Oh, I think I met him last time I was here. I think he was on.
your son.
I think so.
So don't only you have
It's
to
only
engage
on,
with them.
online.
What?
Only online. What you got?
Yeah. Last time I was here. Yeah. All right. So I would say that electric is important.
Yes.
Yeah. It's where this is how I do it. You inspect the house. So people are going to be new to a house. Pretty soon after they buy the house, they'll probably have an electrician come. Right? Yeah, you could say always, but that's likely what happens. And then the electrician a lot of times will say, oh, maybe you should get a new panel, or maybe you need lights outside, or they look for work. It's not dishonest. He's recommending I think you should put lights outside, or outlets outside, or GFIs, a GFI in the garage, or things like that. Maybe he suggests they need a new panel, and he says to them, did you have this house inspected? And your inspector should have told you this. I try and keep ahead of that. In other words, I try and tell them what the electrician is likely.
I sent it, see if it's right.
You got. Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, did you send it to everybody though?
Yeah,
Did you send it to me? Everybody?
Oh, he didn't receive.
I did.
That's okay.
I
At least
sent
they-
it
they-
tonight's class, but I didn't have the link.
Yeah.
I will.
Right now, this gentleman have it's okay. Oh, got the link already. Just now. Before you send, but they didn't receive. Yeah.
Okay. Does Michael have to leave?
Oh, have a link.
The go-to-meeting link,
Oh,
does he have it on go-to-meeting?
yeah.
Got it?
Okay.
Yeah. You never sent that to me. Bill.
Before they didn't. Now okay.
You didn't send me the link.
Yeah.
You sent me that the class is on electric, but there was no link in that email to click on, the go-to-meeting link. I click on a link
Oh, I see.
with the number, and
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I don't have that.
So let's say double check. So many students waiting. Yeah.
See, he's got me on YouTube. Ben's got me on YouTube, but not your link. I don't know what your link is. I can't click on it. Did you send Earl a link?
You sent it.
Earl,
Oh, he say that your message, but don't have the link.
Yeah, but,
I can't get on the site.
oh, you
No, because you usually send me a go-to meeting and a number.
Right.
Okay.
Look like you care.
Are you good with electricity, Dennis?
Still learning.
It's important. Yeah.
Yes, 2 days before I inspect one house, they don't have gas meter. The house, the single family house, they don't have gas line, no gas
Okay.
meter.
Okay. They don't have gas.
They only
They use oil?
100 amp.
Okay.
Many years ago, I suggest upgrade to 150 amp,
Or 200.
but nowadays they need 200 amps.
Yeah, I do. When I come across a house that has 100 amp, I always take off the cover. I look at the wiring.
Yeah.
And then if it's wired up well, by a licensed electrician, and they have gas and they don't have air conditioning, and everything, I tell them it's only 100 amp. A lot of people have more today, 200 amp. But if they wait to upgrade, they're safe. This is a safe box, but sure, if you want central air and you want an electric car,
Yeah.
you want these things, then you're gonna have to upgrade to it.
Especially no gas line. No
Yeah.
gas line, yeah.
Right,
And
yeah, because then they're gonna use an electric stove, electric dryer, and then it's gonna take a lot from the box.
stove, yeah. Air conditioning.
But I always take off the cover.
Uh,
I always,
Depend how old the house. If 20, 30 years old house, still okay.
Yeah.
It's a 100 old house, 100. If
Oh,
house still,
no, I open them all. And I take the cover off every box,
oh,
because then I see how you're gonna catch aluminum wiring if the box isn't on. So I take the cover off. Sometimes they might have a double tap in there.
You your,
I have the link now? Okay,
not quite.
not quite, okay. Not quite is a no, right?
I'm confused.
Well, the sign language.
It's out of reach. I don't have it.
I don't know how to do this.
I feel not exactly, but if I go to a house, any house, and I take the cover off, I could see a lot about that wiring. I could see if it's old and they have the old cloth frayed wires. Like sometimes they have all good plastic wires, except for two of that old cloth wiring. Then when I see the old cloth wiring, I tell them I would upgrade it anytime it's exposed, especially during renovation. Don't renovate the house and leave those old wires behind the wall. Upgrade them. So I always say, especially during renovation. Sometimes they're safe if you don't touch them, but sometimes it's all dry and wires. Then I tell them, this is not good. Sometimes it's not good actually in the box. And then I told a couple the other day, it was an old house that had a lot of new wires, but they did have some old cloth wires. Now, so out of box, all new wires, just a little old cloth. When I said that doesn't mean that on the second floor is not a junction box where they ran connected and all, you know what I mean? I'm not, because they, you know, there was only, you may, you know, the original wiring, I can't see behind the wall, I don't know how much they left. This way, if they find some, and say, oh, no, I told you that could happen, I can't see.
I always told the client,
Yeah,
you see the panel is new, wiring is new, not mean the whole,
correct? No,
whole
it
house
doesn't.
is new.
No, it does
Especially the
not.
whole house, yeah.
Yeah, it could.
I get it online now.
Oh, all right. Okay, you sent me a
You okay?
so
So now I need to make you,
okay, let me get on first.
oh,
I'll let you know. That's pretty good, Ben. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah, that YouTube setup. Yeah,
it's easy enough. I think it's much simpler than what he's doing.
yeah, I like it. And it's automatically the YouTube video,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, so, yeah. This way, I could make one electricity, I could make one of plumbing, and I don't have to come in anymore. Go to YouTube.
Yeah, you could do it at home.
But as long as he sends me the check.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you have to come in to get a check.
all right, but I could come in and pick up a check. Seems easier than what I do now.
Hey, if you get enough people watching you,
Yeah.
if they like to watch you, you can get money from YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
Some people get 10 million a year from YouTube.
Yeah, no people.
So
Okay.
the link Bill sent didn't work from Michael. He sent an email, but there was no information
Yeah, I'm on it.
for the link. And he, yeah, but what about the YouTube page? Did you send the YouTube page? Well, that's a different person. Send to Michael. Yeah.
Well, there's nobody on here but me, Bill.
You know what?
I'm on, but there's nobody here. I think you. You could make me the presenter now. If you want to make me the presenter, you can. I'm on.
So you can do that.
Try this. Let me know what you think. See if it works for you. All right. Thank you.
He's got.
Yeah, the YouTube link works. He said. Michael and Earl said.
Oh, now they're on the YouTube link.
Yeah, Michael and Earl said the YouTube link works, but the other link doesn't work.
Oh, because I'm on the other link. Oh.
So thank you to you.
Subscribe and comment so we know you were watching.
Then,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. You got the email.
那个有个公司那个很厉害，他进入比如说讲成来了，我都不会看到，他包括给你啊，那个比我很好的，什么都没有的啊，
Well, he needs to be present in the
还有问题，OK，
in the meetings. He needs to sit down and be online. So then you can make him present it. You need to do that if he's not online. Are you online on GoToMeeting? No.
Online.
A structural of some dropped in.
Oh, so you want to have
He's
that
here.
on? Yeah, I'm here.
May present. Wow. Just like that.
Okay, but they're not on this link. So I'm not talking to them. Can they see? I'm not tuned into YouTube, but they can see me.
They can see you either way.
Okay. Okay.
That's all my fish, huh? That's okay.
Okay. So
So is Michael? Is Michael on?
So Michael have Michael
it's Earl.
Michael he had to to attend the class.
Earl's attending.
Okay, so.
You
You got a new phone cover?
They say okay.
What?
You got a new phone cover?
Michael.
The green cover?
Actually, it's an old one. I stopped using this one for a while. The one I had kind of broke. I went back to this one. It's the third one
I got one with some orange trim,
Uh-huh.
so I could see it.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes I put the black phone on a black table,
Yeah, and you
and
don't
it
see it.
disappears. Yeah, or like I play golf and I put it in the
Yeah.
cubby and it's black.
It's like a bright highlighter color.
Yeah, but this I see too.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I have it. And I do much better with this orange
Sure.
trim. Much better.
Doesn't get lost as easily.
No, it doesn't. No. Yeah. All right.
你每次要上课吗？没有，是吧？啊？啊，OK。他上了吗？Michael he didn't attend the class. He just
Earl.
helping Earl.
Earl's going to be the attendee.
Is he there now?
I don't know. He said okay. Earl said okay. Because this gentleman helped.
Well, he's on YouTube. No, he doesn't want it. Okay.
They want the student show
Okay.
on the computer. Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay. Use whatever you like.
Yeah.
I put this here as a backup
I understand.
because we had so many problems. If you don't want to use it, then don't use it. But it's there and it works.
Yeah.
It's working fine.
Yeah, I saw it. I was on it.
So it's face in the camera.
So they don't have the link, right?
Ben, you sent me the link. You could forward that email to them.
Please send it along.
I emailed to Michael.
992-326-661. The session ID is 992-326-661.
There's
The session
There's
ID
3 sixes.
is 992
3, 2,
326
6, 6, 1.
661.
So there's 3 sixes.
Okay, thank you.
That helps. Nine nine two 326 661. Let me do that one more
Is that
time.
right?
G. Yes.
In fact, I always use your personal, you have a business line, right? And you have a personal one.
Yeah, I see Earl. Hi, Earl.
I sent it to both of them.
I got Earl. He's on. Earl is on.
Earl is on.
Earl is on.
I thought you said, Michael was on.
No, Michael,
try to help.
Michael helped,
Yeah.
but Mike is not participating.
Okay.
Just Earl. He's just helping Earl.
So, all right, I want to see Earl.
Early.
He's on.
Okay. What?
He's on. See, he's there. He's there.
You have him?
Yeah. Oh, and Earl's got to behave tonight because his boy's here. Right? You hear that, Earl?
Yeah.
The big guy's here. All right. So you missed something, or we
I
said.
was able to watch it YouTube.
Oh, okay. So you hit.
When you were talking about the electric panels and
Yeah.
how you check every house,
They didn't miss anything.
regardless if it's
Yeah,
new or old.
good. I take off the cover. I think that when I take the cover off, I know a lot about the electric in the house. Let's say I just walked down the basement, took the cover off. I really know. I can learn a lot about that electric in the house just having the cover off. Now, I would say, like you're making out a report. Let's say you're doing the roof. However you do the roof, binoculars, ladder, drone, you're assessing the roof and you're checking things off, maybe how old the shingles are, how good the flashing is, leaders and gutters, and check. And then you're done with the roof. Maybe you go up in the attic when you do the interior and you might find some defect in the attic, which you could contribute to the roof. But you're really done with the roof. When you're doing the electric at a house, you're never done. You're never done. There's electric outside in the yard, electric outside on the house. There's electric in the garage. So when you inspect the garage, you fill out, you're done with the garage. But you did the electric in the garage, but you're not done with the electric. You have the service panel coming from the pole or coming underground, a lateral coming underground, now you go down the basement and you have a panel, maybe exposed wires. You go on the first floor, you got kitchen, bathrooms, outlets, things plugged in. You go on the second floor, there's electric. Wherever you go in that house, you're never done with the electric until you looked at everything in that house. So you can't put the electric to bed like you can, like, let's say you did the garage and I'm done with the garage. I did the roof, I'm done with the roof. I did the exterior, I'm done with the exterior. But electric is from the moment you get there to the moment you leave, when you do your last section of the house. Then you could say you're done with the electric.
We always found a problem from the overhead wire,
Yes?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
some the
Yeah,
cable insulation erosion,
yes.
broken.
Yes, split. So they call that the service entrance cable. And that's overhead. And then they're allowed to use that cable and expose that cable. Where we live on Long Island, up to 10 feet, you have to have it protected by a conduit.
Oh, okay.
So in other words, you'll see that cable come, and then you'll see it go down into a conduit. Now, that has to be in a conduit because they don't want any, a lot of times the meter pan is this high. They don't want anybody touching. They don't want kids playing ball, maybe throw something at it, or somebody's working with tools, hit that wire. It's a 220 wire, and then it's not going to trip. It's got to be shut off at the pole unless it blows a fuse on the pole somewhere. Like that wire is live. You shut off your panel, that wire is still live.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that wire, something has to have on piece E and G has to trip. We can't shut that wire. Is always on safe to us, and it's always live. And so once in a while you'll see that wire is exposed, or you'll see the conduit very rusty and split open and deteriorated metal, and even the conduit can become a hazard. Now the SEC cable doesn't last a lifetime. It's put there and it's in the sun, it's in the rain, it's weathered. It goes from 2 degrees outside to 90, so expansion, contraction, it deteriorates. And when it deteriorates, the jacket opens up. Now water can get in. And water follows that cable inside the cable, inside the conduit, inside the meter pan, into the panel in the house. That's why you could actually see rust in the panel. That's when you see rust in the panel, that's electrician has to come. Has to come because these circuit breakers are spring loaded. This spring they get rusty, they're not going to shut off. They're going to be defective. But you can't see that. You could see the rust. You could see rust in the panel. Say you saw rust in the panel. Well, first of all, the water comes down and it hits the lug nuts where those wires connect to the panel. That gets corroded from the moisture. And then sometimes salt from the moisture. That gets corroded. It's almost like the corrosion on your car battery. Not a good connection. It interferes with the flow of electrons. So that needs to be serviced. like electrician has to come, take that wire out, clean up everything, clean that wire. And we don't tell them exactly what to do. We say there's rust and corrosion in the panel. Have an electrician come and further investigate, because, like I say, if it's inside circuit breaker, we can't see it, but it's got to be investigated. Yes,
I saw
you don't have to raise your hand, Ken.
absolutely. You see the panel? When I see this, I know they have water panel station.
Oh, right, yeah, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, yeah, that's right. So when I see that, I'm down in the basement, I go outside, and I try and see where it, sometimes you can see. When you're outside, see, this is how a home inspection works. You're outside, you see a possible leak. You remember, when you're inside, you look for a possible leak. If you're inside, you see a possible leak, then you go outside. And I saw one time, brand new panel, brand new, well, it wasn't yesterday, but new panel, all upgraded. And I saw evidence of moisture in this new panel. And I went outside, and the electrician had put on the new SEC cable, crimped it, made it defective, and water got it.
So they installed it wrong.
They kind of broke it and left it.
Right, yeah.
That's what they did. Yeah. Yeah, that was unacceptable. Yeah. But it's always, here's what we do when we see electrical defects. Let's say, open the panel, I take the cover off. I see aluminum wiring. I point it out to the people, put it in the report that it's aluminum wiring, and I tell them to get a licensed electrician to examine the aluminum wiring prior to them buying the house. Because it can get expensive, and you want to know that. Now, I never describe how to repair it. Like, I don't say call an electrician and have him pigtail the aluminum wire. I don't tell him how to do it.
Right.
It's up to the licensed electrician to come and give them an estimate. Once I start telling them what to do in the report, let's say you should pigtail. Electrician comes, pigtails, there's a problem. You know what he says? Well, your home inspector said to pigtail it. So go after your home inspector. I don't want to be involved. In other words, I noticed this defect. You call a professional to correct this defect. Now it's between you and the professional, not you, the professional, and me. I'm done. I pointed it out. That's what I got paid for. I didn't get paid for describing how it should be done or what. You got to stay away from that. Home inspectors get in trouble. And sometimes the home inspector is very knowledgeable, and he might have described the best way of doing something. But when somebody else does it and they screw up, well, it's almost like I inspected a house one time. The windows were defective on the house. New windows, they were defective. That's why the people call me. They called me because they were getting leakage around brand new windows. You know what happened to them? The manufacturer that guarantees the window said it was the installer. The installer said it was the windows. You don't want to be in that case. So, like, the homeowner has to sue both of them, has to go after them or something like that. You just don't want to be involved. So they need a new roof. Tell me, need a new roof. Tell them what kind of roof to get. You don't get involved. Like I bought a house and I needed I needed an escape window. So to have a C of O, I needed an escape window. The owner that I bought the house from said she'll do the escape window. She'll do it. She'll hire an architect. She'll do the escape window. She'll get me the C of O. We had money in escrow, and she gets that money after it's all done. Now the guy comes around to the window for the escape window. He says to me, "Where do you want it?" That's between you and her. I'm not telling you things, and then she's going to say, "Well, that's because he said he wanted it here. I was going to put it here, and now I'm involved." No, you signed up with a contract that I have it. You do it. And this way, any problems with it, it's you and your contract. Not that I put my 2 cents in. You never put the 2 cents in unless you're getting the money. Nobody's paying me to fix the aluminum wiring. I'm not giving you my 2 cents of you should replace this wire, or you should pigtail this wire, you should monitor this wire. It looks like it was done right. No. Because the guy's a licensed electrician. Suppose I say it can be pigtailed, and he says, no, that was a mistake. The estimate's not $2,000, it's $13,000, because I've got to open up the walls and take out all this wiring out of the house. I don't like aluminum wiring. I'm going to put all copper wiring. And a homeowner says, well, you told me to pigtail it. You owe me the other $11,000. You shortchanged me. Now, let your electrician tell you it's 13 right off the bat. You know what I mean? Not that I misled you. So you got to be careful. You don't tell them how to do anything. You're in a house and there's a structural problem. Let's say there's the columns are spaced 2 feet apart. Maybe somebody took out a column. Now you got a sag in the house. So, okay. You don't say that, oh, you should put another column here and jack up the house. No, you say there's a defect. Looks like somebody removed the column. You call a foundation contractor and let him assess it, and now he might want to put in a piece of steel that he doesn't need another column. You know, he might want to put in all new columns. In other words, okay, whatever he wants to do. That's what I told you to do. Get somebody, and if he doesn't do it right, it's between you two, not me. Not that I described what. Now, when I'm at the house, I could talk to people, and I could maybe say, well, they might do this. I could talk about it, but I'm not writing in my report what to do. One time it was electrical. I went to a house, and I saw electrical defects outside. They had metal conduit outside the house. It was coming apart at the joints. It was sagging. Wires were exposed. I go in the crawl space. They're connecting wires without a junction box. They're just splicing wires together. I go in the attic. More of that. They're just splicing wires. There was a lot of electrical defects in this house. And I took pictures. Like I had an array of all these defects. Broken conduit, wires, no junction box. And I had about 7 pictures. So the client is negotiating buying this house. The client sends me a letter from an attorney saying all the 7 things that I noticed. They said, we'll fix this, we'll fix this, we'll fix this. And then, the lady shows me the letter, maybe on email or something.
I said, absolutely, do not sign that letter. When I inspected a house, that was not a work order. Those were the defects that I visually saw. What did my report say? My report said, call a licensed electrician. I saw many defects. There may be more. You know what I mean? So she can't just have somebody fix what I noticed. There's a problem at this house. And I'll bet you anything, it's more than I noticed. Because I didn't see it. I didn't see behind the walls, and but I know somebody's doing defective, sloppy, amateur work, and maybe some of that's buried. You have a licensed electrician, let him come and give you an estimate. You know what I mean? But don't use my report as a work order. You know what I mean? I'm up on the roof, and I see some shingles missing. I see a leak. You don't just fix those shingles, and you have somebody come and make sure that that's all the defects. Make sure that's fixed. But I always say in my report, have a plumber come, electrician come, a carpenter come, and examine it and fix everything as needed. Like sometimes you're at a house and you see some rot in wood trim. Okay, the rot is from water. Maybe the water is penetrating and causing hidden damage. Mold, maybe some of the sheathing is deteriorated. So when somebody comes to fix that, they may open up, but they have to keep opening whatever they find damage. It could be this big, or it could end up, 10 square feet. It's got to be fixed as needed. I saw a defect. I saw the water penetration. I rightfully said there can be more hidden damage. I'm just seeing that there is damage. The extent of the damage, somebody has to open it up and see. You have a stain on the ceiling. I'm supposed to notice that. There's a water stain on the ceiling. It's underneath the bathroom. I don't say paint the water stain. Open it up, make sure everything was done correctly. That, it may not be leaking today, but maybe there's mold there because they never opened it up. So open it up. Now you could see if the plumbing was repaired correctly, permanently, and you could see if there's any hidden damage from the moisture that obviously was there. Open it up, make sure everything's done right. If it's not done right, fix it, then close it up. I'm not saying there's a ton of work up there. I'm not saying there's hardly any. I'm saying the only way to find out
is to open it up.
Correct. So the only way to find out the extent of work that's needed to fix this electric is to test it, run it, look at, have a professional evaluate it, find out all the defects, and give you an estimate. Does the whole house have to be rewired? I don't know. Some of it, the living room, usually the kitchen, okay, whatever he says, not whatever I say. So our job is a lot of visual. Lot. Mostly we see it It's a little more than visual, because you could turn things on, too, right? The air conditioning work.
Mhm.
Can't do that visually. Have to turn it on and feel it. See if the air conditioner is coming out right, or use an instrument. It's not really, you don't see the cold air. You measure the cold air with an infrared thermometer or something. So it's not all visual. It's turning things on. A door is closed. Does it work right? Operate it. Well, the door closed. You've got a sliding glass door. Looks great from outside, looks great from inside. It's a visual inspection. You gotta slide that sliding glass door. Maybe the ball bearings are broken on the bottom. It doesn't slide. Maybe it gets stuck. Maybe it gets askew. Yeah. Got another job?
Someone wanted me to do the lead pen test, but
Yeah.
I don't have the license yet.
Okay.
Our company will do the pen test on another 2 months. We
Oh, yeah.
purchased the machine already.
Yeah. I say treat it like it's lead. Why test it? Say it's this house is 1920. There's probably lead paint there. Treat it like it's lead paint. Why do I want to test it? Lead paint is a hazard if it's chipping, peeling, flaking, dusting. Like if you were in a house and the paint looks as good as that, there's no defects. There's no lead paint defect because they haven't made lead paint probably before 1968. So there's a layer of paint here that has encapsulated all the lead paint, and you're safe. You open a closet and then there's all peeling paint in an old house. That's a hazard. Do I test it? No, I have to test it. I treat it as a hazard. If you test it and find out it's a hazard, you treat it as a hazard, do that. You know,
Some of the how city they make the report.
yeah, I know. Yeah, it's like radon. We do a radon test on Long Island. There's no radon, but some people insist. They want that test. Relocation companies want that test. I had a lady one time, her husband died of lung cancer. She's buying a house. She wants a radon test because she's afraid. Radon causes lung cancer. So she has a fear. So she has to pay somebody like me to maybe make the fear go away. You don't have, I can tell you don't have radon in this house. I know where you live. You live in Bayside. There's no radon. But she don't want it, she wants a test. Okay. Do the test, woman. Yeah. Yeah. Now, there's certain areas, like you go up, say in Rockland County, and there's lead paint hazards. I mean, not lead, radon hazards. Radon. So anywhere where there's rocky terrain. So, yeah, you buy a house up there. My son was buying a house up there. You get a radon test. You know, but not on Long Island because it's not here. I was walking around Wisconsin one day, I was there with my son. We were going to play golf in the afternoon, but he was doing a lecture in the morning. So I was amusing myself. And I started walking around this neighborhood, and I saw all these vents. They all had vents for radon. It was, who would have thought? It didn't seem like Rocky Mountains or something, you know. It was Wisconsin. It was all flat, like with cows and trees and stuff. But they apparently had radon in the ground. All the there was mitigation at every house. Yes.
I know you just went over this, you already touched on it, but
Yeah.
I've got a question about old wiring.
Yes.
You would still note it down even if it's been spliced at like a junction box, right?
Oh yeah, because
One time,
we're talking about that cloth wire, right?
Yeah.
Long Island.
Okay, so
They asked our company
that-
to do the radon
that
test.
deteriorates with age,
Because one of the
and it gets brittle and it flakes off.
They want me to-
So
so it's no-
I tell people, I don't tell them anything to do that I wouldn't do.
Staten Island, they already-
But let's say
New Jersey,
this was my house and I opened this wall and I saw all wiring. I'm getting rid of it. Because I'm renovating, the wall's open. Why would I leave it there for another 100 years, you know? Yeah, and
Okay, so
right,
even if it's been spliced off, you still would mention it, right?
you do mention that you saw all wiring in the house.
Okay. Thanks.
There's some original wiring in this house. And that original wiring, as it ages, can deteriorate. It can fray, the cloth frays, sometimes the rubber cracks and actually falls off the copper. So beware, like you didn't open up the ceiling light, but if you did, you drop that ceiling light, it may be on old wires. That'll even more dried out because somebody put a 100-watt bulb up there and they heated it and it got really dry. So when the people buy the house and they go to put up a new light fixture and the electrician says, I have to run some new wire up here. This is deteriorating. Well, Dennis told me. He told me this could happen. I'm not upset. You know, Earl was there with Dennis and they said I might come across this older wiring. And they were right. But don't mention it, then you could not look that good. You see, like you were at the house, you're aware that there's older wiring in this house, and you don't say anything about it. Well, that's foolish, because you got paid to find it, you found it, and you didn't tell anybody. That just doesn't make sense for your business. If you don't see it, you don't say it's there, but you saw it. They paid you to see it, and you saw it, and you didn't tell them. So when you see defects, you see a stain in the ceiling, you put it in your report. You were paid to see that and tell them that there's a stain there. And I think that somebody should come and open, because you never know. That might just be a stain, but they got mold on the other side of that from when it was wet and never fixed. Or maybe they fixed the plumbing, but when you open it up, they didn't do a good job. They need more work. So don't notice things and not put it in the report. You know, bad enough, maybe someday you miss something. You know, but if you see it now, like there are things that you might notice that I wouldn't get alarmed about. Yeah, you know, but if if you don't document that you noticed it, let's say you're in the bathroom and the kitchen vanity, the veneer is coming off. No big deal. But if you take a picture of it and say, yeah, it's starting to deteriorate, that's all. You don't have to say, call a plumber, change it. You don't have to say it. But you noticed it, take credit for it. Because people get in their mind when they see something, you're walking around with that guy, his wife is a nitpicker. And right away, the next day, she's saying to him, we're in the house one day and I'm seeing defects here that the home inspector could have told us about. Maybe I would have asked him for a new vanity, whether she's right or wrong. And you saw it and you didn't say, you know what I mean? You could say, Karen, I didn't miss this. And she'd say you're a liar. But if it's in the report and a picture of it, you ain't lying. I told you, you didn't read the report. So, notice every little thing. You don't have to make a big deal out of it. You don't have to. You could just point it out to them. If they think it's a big deal, they could take action. But they always have this mindset. If you would have told me, I would have done something. That could be all bullshit. Or maybe they would have said to the owner, and the owner would say, well, I'm not giving you a new vanity. But they think that if you would have told them, they would have got a new vanity. Yeah. So you're at, this pertains to electric anything. You're at the house, you try and notice everything. You're electric, you turn on lights, you turn on the air conditioner, turn on, and you operate switches now. So you look at everything. You find some defect, you tell the people. I couldn't get this to turn on, open, this cut-off switch outside by the air conditioning compressor is all rusty. You tell them. So you have to notice it. Number one, you have to be careful and notice it. Number two, I think you should tell the people. And most important of all, put it in the report. Because if it's not in the report, you could say, I told you. But either you're a liar or you just screwed yourself. Because, you're not lying. You did notice it. You did tell them. You didn't write in a report. That was negligent on your part. Now you're getting hurt.
So small single family house, how many pictures you took?
85.
I took over 100 pictures, 120.
Okay, and you send the people the pictures?
No, some just
Yeah.
record.
Yeah.
So keep it file.
Yeah. I think minimum 85. Maybe I take 120. Yeah. Whatever. I don't. A lot of times I don't take a picture of something that has absolutely no defects. Let's say the front stoop, there's a handrail, the steps have the right height, they're 7.5 inch high, 10, 11 inch treads, everything's perfect, no picture.
Especially the skyline.
Loose rail, picture. Missing rail, picture. Cracks, picture. Step, not the right height, picture. So, but I don't take a lot of times pictures of something that's perfect. I look at a driveway, it's paved driveway, it's sloped right, there's no stain, there's no grass in the crack. It's just, it's a beautiful driveway. I wish it was mine. No picture. Now, I may have a picture of the exterior, and you could see the driveway, yeah. Yeah, but defect, settlement, cracks, poor drainage, picture. And then, before I send out the report, I review the pictures. Why did I take this picture? Does this belong in the report? If I'm not sure, I put it in the report. Just say, it can't hurt me.
Even the skylight, if no leak, no one said, I also take picture. Because,
Yes.
Yeah,
You could say that there was no leak when I was there.
at the time of inspection.
Yes. Yeah, that's good. That could save you. So the pictures do help, you know, because the picture is a proof. I had one that really wasn't a complaint. My friend referred me and saw inspected house, my friend's friend. 7 years after he bought the house, he called me up. He said, and I don't have a problem with you, but I'm getting sued, and I'm curious. So I believe him, you know. He said somebody was walking on my sidewalk and tripped on a manhole cover in my sidewalk that was settled. Would you have any pictures from when? So I'm just curious. I looked. I had a picture. It was not settled. It was fine. And I gladly sent her a picture. You know, it wasn't settled when I was there. You know, this is so.
So those pictures, at least you keep how many years?
I have them. I don't throw them out. Am I missing some? Yeah, maybe. You know, maybe some old computer went down with some, you know, I got, why throw them out? Like something like this,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
so probably hold
They keep
more
many
pictures than I could ever put on it. So why throw them out? I have other storage things like that, you know, with pictures on it. And I use HomeGauge for my software. Every report that I did for HomeGauge, they still have on their cloud. They say that they only have to save them for 5 years, but they never erased one. I guess that's to say, like, if they lost one or something, probably only guaranteed for 5 years or something. They don't erase them. Before I had HomeGauge, you had Report Host. They still have my reports. I could go look at a report like I did 20 years ago on Report Host, if I wanted to. It's a pain in the ass. I have to remember what my password is. So I could do it, you know, but it might take me an hour, you know, so why would I do it? But I have done it. Yeah, so it is nice to be able to go back if you had to.
in case.
Yeah. You know, have a backup, like I have all my reports and the document. And I have the pictures. And the pictures are associated with the address. People call me up, what's the address? And then I have the report, and then I could look up the picture. Yeah. Now, that gets me to another thing. Like sometimes people will say to me, you know, I'm buying this house, I'm getting a loan. I don't want them to see like the roof has some defects or something. My brother does roofing. He's gonna fix the roof for me, so I just don't want it. Maybe if it's not in the report, nothing will happen, you know what I mean? Could you make it report a little better or something? I say, send me an email, what you want. I have a record of what I sent them, I have the original report. If they want a revision in that original report, nobody's gonna say, well, why'd you do that? No, they asked me to. They asked me, I have the email. They asked me, they specifically told me what they wanted and why. And I did it. But I ain't doing it on my own. If you ask me to do it, I'm not doing it. You send me a copy of the report that you told me to do it. Don't ask me to do something, then forgot you asked me. Or deny that you asked. You know what I mean? So anything that you want, any kind of fanguli, you put it in writing. That I'll take an email. Yeah. But I ain't doing it. You know what I mean? I'm not modifying anything in my report. First of all, I got a copy of what I sent you. So I said the roof, expect to replace the roof, inside of 5 years. And you would maybe like that out for the insurance company or something, whatever. Then don't ask me to do it and I'll just do it. But I have a record that I told you, and then you, knowing full well, asked me for whatever reason. You know, I ain't going down alone. You're coming with me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And believe it or not, honestly, people forget. I swear to God, they honestly don't remember. They sincerely don't remember, like I told them to call a carpenter, But I have it in my report, call a carpenter. I had in my report, some lady had a complaint. I had in my report, before you buy the house, call a carpenter. You know what she said? I didn't emphasize it enough. I told you don't even buy the house until you have it done. No problems with any lawyer or it was like one phone call, look at the report. Because what happened, it was clapboard house, wood trim, I was seeing rot, like I was talking, in the trim on corners and stuff like that. And I told her, you should have a carpenter come and find out the extent of this rot. Because you could see maybe moisture's getting in, but you got to open it up to see what has to be done. Maybe damage a sill inside, hidden damage. So investigate that before you buy the house. Yeah. A lot of times I use that phrase, you might adopt it, prior to purchase. Have an electrician come give you an estimate prior to purchase. Especially when you see something that's over $10,000 or $15,000, something that could be, there was a girl I was working with now, I didn't look at the house, but she has foundation problems. She sent me a picture of defect in the foundation, and I sent her a mason. I said, you need this Mike McCarrion. You have him over to look at that foundation before you buy the house. Yeah. You don't, now this is my own experience working with people for 40 years or 50 years, whatever I'm doing, is that they have this mantra, like years and years ago, talking to a guy. He bought a house upstate. I didn't inspect the house. And the home inspector told him he needed work on his foundation. So he settled, we're going back 40 years ago. He settled with the homeowner for $3,000. Bought the house, and the work was $7,500. And I said to him, well, why? He said, I thought I was doing good with the 3,000. That's not the way to do it. Get the estimate, and if it's fair to the homeowner, it's fair to you, you got the estimate. You think you're doing well, you think you're getting away with something. You know what, just be fair. Let's get an estimate, it's $15,000, and I'm buying a house from you, we could negotiate. It's gonna cost me another $15,000, you know? But, if you offer me 11, and then I think 11's good, but it's 15. And the way things are going up today, you think you could do a roof for $5,000. I don't think so anymore. Yeah. So that's a lot of times when I talk, there's just lessons that I learned, like not describing the work. There was a home inspector here who was getting abuse from his client because he found electrical problems and he said, do this, do this. And they had an electrician just do what he said. But there was more when I think the real estate got involved. The real estate got some Fanguli electrician to do what the home inspector said, where the home inspector expected it to be a licensed electrician and do everything right. It didn't turn out that way. But that was all wording. In the report, he could have just said, call a licensed electrician and have him fix as he sees needed. You know what I mean? Don't like, let's say, fix the conduit, or fix this, or seal this. See, when she bought a house, her electrician disagreed, and I think he's probably right, but they should have changed this when they did it. So now they're fighting with the home inspector. If he just said have a licensed electrician decide what needs to be done, then the two electricians could fight. Home inspector is adequate. Yeah. So somebody talks, I listen. It's right. But I do remember clients sometimes saying, yeah, I should have got an estimate before I bought the house. There's a lot more money than I thought.
Yeah, especially nowadays.
Yeah.
Everything is expensive.
Sometimes I tell the people that they find a house that needs a lot of work. I tell them, step one, you called me. I'm putting all the work it needs. Step two, call a contractor. Find out a dollar figure. Because if you buying this house at $700,000 and you're going to put $200,000 into the house, that's $900,000. Maybe you could buy a house for $900,000. You don't have to do any work. It's all done. Why pay 7, add 2, 9, and it's only worth 9? You had to go through all that fixing the house and for nothing. Usually, like if I put $70,000 into my house, I want it to be, wow, and maybe worth more than that. But they need the figures to make these decisions. I mean, I didn't make up that phrase prior to purchase. I picked it up somewhere, you know. It's an easy way to learn other people telling you how they got in trouble. I've a little story about the electric with the aluminum wire. I went to a house, a flipped house, and I opened the panel, all new copper wires. You know, the 200 amp. And I'm in the basement, and I see a wire with a black jacket, like black, you know, not yellow or white. Black. Oh, and there was a light fixture. I thought I saw aluminum, like aluminum ground, so I took a closer look. There's aluminum wiring in that junction box. I think maybe there was a light in it. So there's aluminum wire. I looked down the basement, and I saw that the black wire came to that. Okay, so that black jacket wire was aluminum. I went down the basement. I saw other wires like that, you know, like running along the sill or something. I went back upstairs to the panel. The panel was in the garage. I had to move some stuff. There was an old panel in the garage that they took wires from a new panel, brought it to the old panel, and hooked up a lot of the old wires in the house. They used that old panel box as a junction box. And hooked up, and there was a lot of aluminum wiring in that house. But if you look at the panel, none in the panel. But well, maybe I was lucky that I picked up that. And I think the people bought that. I wouldn't have bought the house because somebody's trying to deceive me. You know what I mean? Now I don't trust. I'm not. You know, yeah, I mean, that's how I would be. Like, I think you hid this, you knew damn well you were hiding it, and you were trying to hide it, and you had a house with aluminum wiring, and you tried to hide it.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not dealing with it because I'm afraid of it. Yeah. You know, it's just like, say I'm buying a car, and there's codes, you know, error codes on the car, you know, service soon or something, and a mechanic wipes them out, wipes the code out. They'll reappear, you know. He sells me, you know, he tries to sell me my car, but the mechanic looks at it, he picks up these codes on his machine. Now, I'm not buying a car from that person. That's it. Sorry. You lost my trust. I don't, you know, maybe I'm missing out, but I'm not dealing, you know. I wouldn't have bought that house. Like, you lost my trust. I'm not, I think it's a good idea to not trust you. You gave me reason not to trust. Not dealing with you.
So they basically replaced some of the wires and left some of the old wires.
They left a lot of old wires.
But they only replaced it where they expected you to look. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was not the right way to renovate a house.
Uh-huh.
You know, I mean, you let's say you and I bought a house to fix up, and we found aluminum wiring. That's the time to change it. We're fixing up the house. We're gonna flip this house. We're buying a house, we're gonna gut it, we're gonna put in new plumbing, new kitchen, let's get rid of this aluminum wire, let's do it right. If I was buying my house, you think that I would buy the house myself and put in a new panel and then just hook up to the old aluminum wire? No, I would rip it out. And so if I'm fixing something up to flip, I would do it right. Or, I'm not going to make a living by getting over on people. But I'm also not buying from people that are trying to get over on people either. I remember one time I was looking at a house in Queens, and then I found that there was a lot of termite damage, that the guy that was flipping the house put new sheetrock up and screwed. I saw a seam, a loose seam or something, looking, and so the reason why it was loose is they put screws into termite damage and it wasn't holding. And I told people, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here right now. Who's ever flipping this house is trying to hide major damage from us. I'm out of here. I'm not helping you with the house anymore. You know what I mean? I'm not. Yeah.
So how did you document the aluminum wiring? How would you document that?
You could take pictures of it. Yeah. See, what happened is that I opened the old junction box, and you could see the wire nuts with the new wires coming in, connected to that old black jacketed aluminum wires, and there was quite a few of them. So the camera actually documents a lot for me. Take a picture of it. And that's how I write my report. I take a picture of the aluminum wiring, and then I put it in the report, and I put a little arrow, see the aluminum wiring, and call a licensed electrician to have him look at the aluminum wiring before you buy the house. See?
And so similar thing with the old cloth wiring, if it was spliced. Say they upgraded it, similar situation to that, right?
No, the only way to upgrade the old wire is get rid of it.
Oh, okay, so
yeah, if you see it, if you see old wiring in the house, the least you should do is let the people know that you see old wiring. So when they're renovating, they come across old wiring. It's not the first they heard of it. They're buying a house with old wiring. What do you expect? Maybe your electrician's over and says, I have to replace this wire. Yeah. So you just explain it right to him. Now, if you saw it terribly frayed, where it's a hazard, you need an electrician now because you have hazards here. But if it's old and you don't see any cause for a hazard, just say, I saw original wiring, old cloth wiring. It deteriorates with age, and you have some of this in your house. You may periodically replace some of it, or if you're doing renovation, it's exposed, certainly replace it then. Yeah. Now, however you see that we're coming back to Sierra, be comfortable with this. You noticed it, and you told them, and you put it in the report. You're mostly done. You didn't miss it, and you made them aware of it. And if they needed to call an electrician, you told them. If not, you told them that they may be addressing it sometime in the future. however you want to word it will be okay. You see, you don't have to
Okay.
word it exactly like I would say. Maybe you have to word it exactly like Dennis would say. He's got a little more power over you. He's looking at your reports and saying, oh, good job, Earl. Or maybe he has some suggestions because he's protecting his business, you know. But a lawyer told me that one time. My client, I'm inspecting a house. Client inspecting a house for his lawyer. I don't know why we started talking about this report, but he said there's no Bible that you have to say this when you see this. It's nowhere written. You know what I mean? Nobody could say, well, you didn't say that right. You didn't use the right word. Because Ed, you noticed it. You told him about it. You told him it's a plumbing job, it's an electrical job. Well, you did it. You didn't miss it. You did your job. You don't tell them about it. Don't put it in the report. See, if you notice something, you could remember that you told them, whether you told them or not. There's no, if it's written in the report, they can never say you didn't tell them. It's it. It's in writing. I gave you the report. I handed you the report. See how important the report is? It's more important than telling them. You could skip that, but you better have it in the report. And I always think like, I'm writing the report. I'm covering my ass, right? There's an expression, I'm covering my ass. You better put that in, cover your ass, right? I feel like if I'm covering my ass, I'm covering my client's ass too. I'm helping him. I'm covering my ass, but that's good for him. I mean, when he goes to negotiate, that's good for him. You know, even if, like, sometimes a client says, well, I don't really care about that much. Hold it. If I find 15 things, and I put 15 things in a report, and you only want 8, then you can tell whoever you're negotiating with, I'll ignore these other 7. Take credit for it, though. Don't just say I want 7 things. There's 15 things here. I'm willing to bend a little. I don't care about the kitchen or the loose toilet bowl or something. I don't care about it. Don't have me not put it in the report. You say, look, I'll fix the toilet bowl myself. I'll fix this by myself. I'll put it in a new vanity. I'll fix the hose outside, but I'd like you to put a handrail on the stoop, or, you know, whatever. Yeah, so sometimes I go to a house. My friend his daughter's buying a house, so him and his son-in-law are going to fix up the house. I go to the house, and he says, I only care about the structure. I don't, you know, we're going to replace the kitchen and bathrooms, and I just want you to make sure that structurally sound, that's a good project to work on. I tell him, I'm going to look at everything. I'll tell you everything. Because you say you want to know if it's structurally sound, but when I look at everything, maybe I'll notice something neither one of us thought about. You know what I mean? Like, I might notice something really bad. Like I'm looking underneath the kitchen cabinets and I find a lot of mold or a lot of termites or something. You know what I mean? I can't decide. I didn't even look at the house, what's important. Let me look at everything, you know, because the only way you don't miss things is to look at everything. He only cares about the basement. Maybe Maybe there's a lot of mold in the attic. You know what I mean? Let me look here. You know, you don't care about the garage, maybe you turn it down, but, you know, maybe there's some acid there, you know, maybe they're storing propane in there, I don't know, you know. Yeah. I think we're gonna be taking a break in a minute.
So before we take a break, like,
Yeah.
what are some concerns with like the old wiring, like so like the aluminum wiring that you saw, right?
Yes.
In the panel that was upgraded to the panel that wasn't. What were some concerns that that bring out to you?
Okay. Aluminum wiring, they're not allowed to use it anymore. It causes fires. It's not good. We don't have to know a lot about it. We take the cover off, and a lot of times you can see the aluminum wiring in the panel. That's why that house pissed me off, because you couldn't see it. It was well hidden. But if you look at the neutral bar, the neutral wires, you can see they're exposed. They're aluminum. And then a lot of times the wire behind the, oh, thank you, Paul. The wire behind the nut on the circuit breaker, it's hard to see. So, and not only that, the neutral bar has the grounds and the neutrals on it. And with aluminum wiring, the ground is aluminum, shiny, silver, and the neutral wire is shiny silver. So sometimes you look at that neutral bar and you start seeing that silver, you know you have a aluminum wiring. So what happened is, I lived through that era. They came out with aluminum wiring around 1968. I was in the service. I came home from service. They were using a lot of the copper in the war, building tanks, ships, planes. You know, they were using a lot of copper. And somebody came up with the idea of aluminum wiring because there was a need. You know, copper was getting scarce because they were using so much. So they came up with this aluminum wiring. Everything was positive about it. My friends were electricians. They were bringing it home. It was lighter. It was faster. It was easy to work with. They loved it. Everybody loved it. It didn't. Aluminum expands and contracts at a different rate than copper. So when it expands and contracts, it moves more than copper. So what happened was they were putting it on screws like on an outlet, and it was a push, a pull, coming loose, starting fires. So they started putting 68. They started taking it out in 75 because Long Island was involved. They had fires on Long Island that they traced back to the aluminum wiring, and they traced it back to that. Now, also the aluminum heats up and gets defective when it's hot. You know, if you ever saw like a aluminum train car or something that have fire, burns to the ground, or you see aluminum siding on a house, goes on fire, it just melts down. So then what's a solution? It was backing off from the screws. So they cut it back, put a pigtail, copper to aluminum, and then put the copper on the outlet. So they ran aluminum wiring, except for this little pigtail, and that fixed a lot of it. Fires went down. But when you connect aluminum and copper together, there's electrolysis goes on, and you get corrosion. Well, now fast forward some more years, now they're getting opens and wire defects because of this pigtailing. So then they came up with this copper loom. It was a certain crimp tool they put on the wires and crimp. You had to go to school, learn how to do this. Now there's a dielectric gel that they put on the two wires, and they don't get that corrosion. Okay, so you put the dielectric gel, and you put the wire nut. Now they have purple wire nuts. You go to Home Depot, and they're made to connect aluminum and copper. They're purple. You probably see them, right, Dennis? You see them in the houses now, right? You open a panel and you see some purple wire connectors. That's aluminum. Those are connect aluminum and copper. So now that's the latest thing. They're expensive. They're like about $3 a cap. You know,
So
think it-
if they have aluminum wiring, it's okay as long as they have that purple cap? Or should we
Okay.
still call it out?
Oh, you have to call it out.
Oh, no, yeah,
Yeah.
call it out. But
No, the reason why you have to call it out, Earl, is because, like you asked me, if it's the purple, that's the purpose it was there. But
okay.
here's a big but. Some electricians want nothing to do with aluminum. You
Okay.
hire them, they want it ripped out of the house. But you don't know your client's electrician. You want to stay out of that argument.
Okay, so it's not for us
So
to decide.
I found aluminum wiring, called your licensed electrician to examine it and be guided by his evaluation. I noticed it. You're done, Earl. You're done.
Okay.
You noticed it. Don't let it get by. Don't let it get past you. Be careful. But you got it. Now it's up to them and their electrician. But, you like sometimes years ago, like real estates would say, well, Ed, why don't you open that outlet and see if it's pigtailed? I said it could, and maybe it is pigtailed. But am I going to take that light down? Am I going to open every outlet in the house? Or are you just going to have me spot check one? If that's done, I'm going to say everything's okay. Get an electrician. Not me. That doesn't make sense. Because if I go around and try and open every junction box I can see, if the aluminum is pigtail, maybe I missed one. I'm here to inspect the house, the visual inspect. I'm doing an electrician's job. So call your electrician to do that.
Do you test all the outlets?
Not everyone. Not everyone. But let's talk about this after the break. But I got some thoughts on that too. Yeah, that's a good question. Okay, that question helped me because now I got something to talk about.
Mine expired already. Expired.
Spider? Spider?
Expired.
Oh, expired. Oh, that's
Peanut. It gets must
Oh. No, okay.
expired. Don't take.
Oh, you can put it back there.
He already opened his. He doesn't want to put it back.
Okay.
It's not
Oh,
expired. It's expired.
Yeah. I thought you saw it.
Expired.
You said
Last month.
expired. I thought you said you seen the spider.
No.
No.
Has-
Last month. They have a expired date. I
Yeah,
didn't say
I don't like
peanut don't eat if they expired.
1 month is not going to be a big deal.
Peanut they have
if I don't put crap in my body will reject. It's been used to.
Yeah, if you're
This stuff really isn't that great for you.
peanuts are good.
Well,
But-
basically a candy bar.
Well, yeah, chocolate.
Yeah.
I mean, there's sugar in there.
This is nice. No, that's like,
You got a protein bar.
Uh-huh.
That's supposed to be better for you, maybe.
Mhm.
But there's still a lot of weird stuff in it.
Yeah.
Look at the ingredients. It's a long list of ingredients. Maybe even more for those,
I tried to eat clean one time.
like organic.
Not a lot of processed foods. It's almost impossible.
Depends where you're shopping.
No, you're inspecting houses.
Mm-hmm.
You go out in the morning. Where are you going to eat lunch?
If you go out to eat, yeah, you're going to find a lot of processed things. If you bring food from home and only shop at organic markets, like something like Whole Foods, maybe you could get something a little better.
Maybe a little better. But not clean.
And what do you mean by clean?
Well, it's not like you're eating off a farm. I mean, that food is being trucked across the country, put out, what's the date? It's just, you just don't have any control. You go to the supermarket.
Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes we go to a farmer's market,
Yeah,
not all the time, but
absolutely.
you can actually meet the people who pick the crops.
Yeah. I'm not saying you could never eat clean.
Right.
Try and eat clean all day, every day.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's damn hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that you'd almost have to be rich
Yeah.
to have a chef and have the chef go out shopping and packing and watching everything eat.
Uh-huh.
Like a freaking full-time job.
Some restaurants, they actually grow the stuff, or they have it shipped in special.
Oh yeah, they could have good material.
They're-
But they could also cook with a lot of butter.
Mm,
You know. Who knows?
butter's not really bad for you.
I'm not saying it is, but you know, I don't put it on my steak. But the restaurant might.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think it's unnecessary on my steak.
Mm.
I don't even want it. But, you know, they have their process way of doing things, making people happy.
Mhm.
I saw something on television, I think it was yesterday or today, and where the lady said that now she eats different, and every meal she has protein. She eats the protein first. Working for her.
Mhm.
You know, like she'll eat protein like a steak about the size of the palm of your hand, so, but she'll eat that first.
Mhm.
She fills up on as much protein as she can, then the other parts of the meal, rather than the mashed potatoes, fill up on that, maybe leave some meat or something.
Sometimes I think your body kind of knows what you need.
Yeah,
Sometimes I feel like
yes,
I don't want to eat more meat. I don't want to eat something else. Maybe.
okay, yeah. I sort of agree with that. Yeah. Let's say I'm eating a certain way and I feel healthy and I feel healthy and I feel healthy. You know what? Sometimes I used to say I run on carbs.
Mhm.
I eat bread, I eat macaroni, I eat carbs, I like carbs. I'm doing well. You know, you eat what you want. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
works for me, but maybe it don't work for you. If you ate a lot of carbs, then maybe you'd be a mess. I don't know.
Olympic athletes eat a lot of carbs.
Sure.
They need it.
Yeah, they burn it up. I think we could all agree that we don't need a lot of sugar. I think sugar could be bad.
Mhm.
You don't get diabetes from not eating sugar. I think later in life, diabetes is bad.
Sometimes sugar can help you wake up. I think
Yeah,
sugar could be more healthy than caffeine.
I'm not, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I just don't know. But I know like sugary cereals and sugary things. You know, scary.
Mhm.
I don't hardly ever drink soda. I'm not saying I never do, but I hardly ever do. Sometimes my wife will have some, not that she drinks that much soda, but she, from when she was a little kid, she liked soda with her. She has pizza, she like a little salt.
Mm.
Yeah, just the hamburger, maybe a little salt.
I don't usually have soda at home.
Yeah,
If we go to like
Yeah.
Taco Bell, they got the soda machine, so
Yeah.
why not use it?
but a lot of times I'll get iced tea.
Mhm.
It's just out of the habit of drinking soda, but yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. So sometimes my wife has the soda like that. Let's say have iced tea, but she didn't finish the soda.
Mhm.
May take a slug of it. Yeah. What was the question you just asked, Dennis, about the electric? You just asked me something. We could have Ben roll back today to find out. No, well, what? What is this?
This balcony
Yes.
is already quiet.
Oh, that's okay.
It's okay?
Yes.
It's too near the balcony?
No.
No?
No. It's above. It's okay. In other words, that's another question. All right, I'll ask. That's a whole little subject. But you asked the question. No, that's
Standing on the balcony.
Yeah.
About 3 feet, we can touch the overhead wire. Is it okay?
yeah. But if it's up, yeah, it's okay. You know why? Because they're worried about little kids. If it was here, bad. Okay, so
I think the
okay.
cord is how many feet away the people are standing there.
Yes.
So they have very tiny camera, and then they can take the video very clear. Very small camera.
Mhm.
They can take very clear video.
Mhm.
Okay. Your latest question. I have a window. Can't have any wire within 3 feet of the window.
Yeah.
This way, this way, this way. Yes. Could be over the window. All right. And it's really for little kids. They're at the window, they reach this way, they can't. It's really aimed at the kids. Yeah. So the wire comes into the house and the balcony anywhere here, like 3 feet, no good, no good, no good. But like above the balcony,
It's okay.
it's okay. There's diagrams there, like you could have a wire going over the roof. Now, if it's a flat roof that you could walk out on, the wire's got to be 8 feet. But if it's a gable roof, the wire has to be 3 feet. 3 feet above that. The roof, like the road, I think the wire's got to be 14 feet. Like if it crosses the road, it's got to be up 14 feet. Your driveway, or maybe it's 12 feet in the road. Your driveway, 10 feet. I think, no, I may have this wrong. Let's say it's going from the pool over your yard, 10 feet. Your driveway may be 12 foot. But all these, they have diagrams. You ever see them?
See that over the roadway, it's 18 feet. Over your driveway is 12 foot. And over a flat roof, 8 to 10 feet. See? 3 feet above the gable roof, see? Yeah, but over a flat roof, it's 8 to 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, so did you ever see pictures like this before? Yeah. Let's see if they have it by the window. Oh, by the, let's see, here's some questions that we had.
I don't see that here.
What country is it?
Yeah, take it. Sometimes you can look up on your computer how, how close can a wire
Yeah.
be to a window? And so, but sometimes have a diagram,
Yeah. Maybe you can ask from AI also. Give
Yeah,
answer.
yeah, sure.
So not difficult. You want to know.
Can't think of what the question you asked me before the break. I should have wrote it down.
He asked, should you test all electrical outlets in the house?
Okay. When we open a panel, sometimes we see old Romex wire without ground wires, right? And we test the outlet and they're not grounded.
Yeah, on the ground.
Okay. So usually, my experience, you go in the kitchen's upgraded, they're grounded.
Many.
Yeah. You go in the bathroom, it's grounded. You go in a finished basement, it's grounded. But it's like the original bedrooms, never been renovated, non-grounded. So what I usually end up saying in my report is that originally the house was wired up with Romex wires without grounds.
The whole home without ground.
Originally, there was a lot of that wiring in the house. And I show a picture of testing like an outlet in the bedroom. It's non-grounded. So I noticed non-grounded outlets in the house from original wire that didn't have grounds. And, I found them in bathrooms and that's for you and your electrician. You can't say that actually that house is grandfathered in. You know what I mean? The non-grounded outlets. So let's say you're the client. Look, some of these outlets aren't grounded. You know what? Ask your electrician what you should do about that. I mean, if you're plugging in a lamp, is it safe if it's grounded? Yeah. But is it going to start a fire? I don't think so. But again, like I was telling Earl, you noticed it and you pointed it out to them. So you're giving them a chance to have some input. And if you don't tell them, they don't even know they have that type of wiring. They can't discuss it with their electrician because you never brought it up and they don't even know. So you have done your job. You're buying a house and this is what it has. You don't like it? Don't buy the house. You know what I mean? But you could ask your electrician. So you're really telling them exactly what they're buying. And that's part of it. You're buying a house that some of the outlets are not. So it's not all really as up to date as it could be. Now, all of us have different tolerances.
So if it's an old 2-prong plug instead of 3-prong, then it's not grounded.
Not necessarily. That's another good question. Years ago, when they built those houses in 1920, they didn't have grounded outlet. Plugs. They just had 2-prong outlets. But that outlet box could be grounded. You know why? Because it's BX cable. And the BX cable, the outside of the cable itself, metal cable, is the ground. So when you have that metal cable going to a metal outlet box is grounded. You put an outlet in, and then that outlet is to the metal box, to the metal wire, going back to the panel. The outlet is grounded. So you put a 3-prong outlet in that box, you have a hot, a neutral, and a ground. So it's the 2-prong. The 2-prong indicates to me that's old wiring, but not necessarily non-grounded, because the old wire, they didn't have Romex. It was BX cable, armored cable. They didn't have Romex until probably sometime around 1960. They didn't have it. In New York City, never had it. They have it now, but they never had it. I lived in New York City. I had all BX cable, no Romex at all. Wasn't allowed. Now it's allowed in residential only, 4 stories or less. But you still can't have Romex in a commercial building in New York City. You can't have a 5-story apartment house and have Romex wiring. You can't have any commercial building with Romex wiring in New York City. But
Why is that? Or is that more like of a code thing, not necessarily our territory?
Okay, I'll explain to you partly why that is. It has to do with fires. If you had a high-rise building that was all plastic wiring, you could have big electrical fire. That plastic wire is PVC, polyvinyl chloride. It's going to kill people from the smoke. They had a phone company fire years ago in Manhattan. There's a lot of dead firemen from that phone company because of that plastic on the wires. The vault for the phone company was a fire in the vault, all wires. So they feel like a 4-story building, that's not enough wiring in that building to cause that amount of poisonous gas from the wires going on fire. But when you get a big commercial building, don't forget big commercial buildings, they're using 400 volts, 200 volts here, 100 volts there, that have a lot of big cables. And if they're plastic, then you could have, electrical fire that is going to hurt people. That's the main reason. Now, all the time, the city was always more conservative than maybe, say, the suburbs. You can understand why. With a single-family house, you have a house with 40 families in, a building. So, they don't have, that's the same with the plumbing. I'm sure in all the commercial buildings in New York City, big buildings, you need cast iron waste pipes. Where in, maybe 4 stories or less, you have PVC pipes. But you couldn't have, 29 stories of plastic pipe. Fire got in that raceway, it's gonna kill people. Yeah. Okay, that's one good reason. They used to talk about rats. There's a lot of rats in the city. There are. I've seen them. There's a lot of rats in the subway. And I used to fight fires in the city. See the rats run out. Yeah. So I saw a lot of rats. But and the rats will eat the Romex wires. They'll chew them.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's metal cable, got a much better chance.
Right.
That has to do with it too. Yeah. Now, you used to have boxes here. When you had a panel box, you open the cover of the panel box. It's a diagram. It's a diagram on every cover. It's a schematic of how that panel should be wired. It's a good habit to look at that diagram every time you open the cover. Anybody ever ask you, like sometimes you see that you have a breaker and somebody replaced it with a double breaker? Okay? Is that okay? Can this box have these double breakers? It says on the diagram. So if somebody asked you, you could just open the cover and say, oh yeah, you could have them on the lower half of the panel. It's that easy to read. But you get in the habit of reading it. You know, double taps. You know, like the circuit breaker's got 2 wires going to it. You should only have one, right? You only want 1 wire behind the screw. But sometimes you see 2, right? You've called that out. You're looking at the panel, there's 2 wires on. In a square D box, you know, you can have 2 wires, you can have a double tap. I didn't know that. My friend told me that. And I think you could see
You
it
said
on
again, and you said in a square box?
Square D. It's a brand like Murray or, you know, like, you know, Murray panel, right? Well, there's Square D. Square D is one of the better brands to really safe circuit breakers. You know, it's probably a little more expensive Square D. You see a little square, a little D on the panel. It says on it, you know, just like a Murray panel would be labeled Murray. It says Square D, but the circuit breakers have a little Square D on it. Yeah.
So those can be double tapped.
Yes. That's the only one I know of that can be double tapped. I'm not sure. Got to look next time I see him if some of those circuit breakers got 2 screws, because you're really supposed to have 1 wire, 1 screw, not 2 wires underneath 1 screw, because that's not considered good connection. You could ask, can you double tap a Square D circuit breaker?
Why is double tap allowed on a square D circuit breaker box?
On circuit breaker, not the box.
Certain square D breakers, such as standard QO and Homeline 15 amp to 30 amp 1-pole models, are specifically engineered and UL listed to safely secure 2 wires. Their terminal pressure plates feature special grooves designed to clamp down evenly on 2 conductors of the same size and material, preventing loose connections or arcing.
And any other circuit breakers besides Square D can you double tap?
Are there any other circuit breakers besides Square D that can be double tapped?
Yes, Eaton Cutler Hammer Type CH standard 15 to 30 amp breakers are also UL listed to accept 2 copper wires of the same size under a single terminal. Key rules to remember: check the label. Always inspect the side of the breaker. It must explicitly state 2-14 to 10 CU or similar to be code compliant. Match the wires. Both wires must be the same gauge and copper. Other brands, most standard breakers from Siemens, GE, and Eaton Type ER only allow 1 wire per terminal. If you need to connect 2 wires to an unapproved breaker, use a pigtail connection instead.
All right. So sometimes you're at a Murray box, a Siemens box, and you see 2 wires and 1 breaker. It's a no. Just told you. And then you just say, I see a double tap. You take a picture, put a little arrow, double tap. Have your electrician check it. A lot of times when I see something like that, not that much of a hazard. I tell people, when you have your electrician here doing something, ask him to look at this. Sometimes it's just a matter of putting another breaker in there and putting each wire on a separate breaker. Yeah. Again, where would you notice that? When you take the cover off. Yeah. Awful lot of stuff. Now, you know, where else I've seen defective wires or wiring or hazards in the attic. A lot of times the attic tradespeople got sloppy. They're almost done, they built the house, put in some lights. You know, they don't put covers on the boxes, they run wires sloppily, they don't staple them, you know, they get away with things up in the attic that nobody ever sees. Yeah. So, and in the rest of the house, say you're on the second floor, you don't see the wires, right? You go up in the attic and you see the wires that are going down, so you see the wires. Have I noticed aluminum wiring up in the attic? Yeah. Sometimes aluminum wire is labeled, like it says, Colonial aluminum 12 gauge. It says right on it. Sometimes it's written in aluminum color. So, you know, you get a chance to see some of the wires up close in the attic where you don't see them. Sometimes you see them up close in the basement. Sometimes you see them up close in the attic. But the rest of the rooms, the wiring is not, can't be out. It must be behind the wall. It's code. It has to be behind the wall. Now, even you build a garage, the wires have to be behind the wall. Now, that's not, if the house is built in 1970, they could be outside the wall, but, you know, they change these codes. That's why we don't do a code inspection, because sometimes something's grandfathered in. It wasn't, when they change the code, they don't come back and make you do that. You bought the house, didn't need it, and that was the code, then you're okay. If you update the house, let's say you have a kitchen and you have no GFIs in the kitchen, the original kitchen, that's okay. Now, once you upgrade that kitchen more than 50%, then you have to go to the new code. Then you do need GFIs. And these things are always changing. For example, you know, the islands, you always need a GFI on the island, right, Dennis?
Yes.
Now you can't have an outlet on the island. You know that? Yeah. You know why? Say this is an island and you have a toaster here and you have the wire here. A little kid could pull that toaster down on him. Or a coffee brewer, because the wire comes over and it goes into an outlet here, and it pull on a wire. Now the islands can't have an outlet.
So the islands can have GFCI outlets, or they can't have outlets.
Can't have outlets.
Can't have any outlet.
Yeah.
Oh wow. When did this change?
Recently.
I mean, I guess it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you were sleeping. No, it is current.
Yeah,
Now, it doesn't mean if you go to a house and has an outlet, it's grandfathered in. In other words, you can't gang it. You can't say, take this outlet out of here. They bought the house, it passed. It has a C of O. But a new house, they really shouldn't have an outlet. So one of our students, who's an electrician, told me that. And I guess really, if I didn't teach this class, I wouldn't know anything. I mostly learned from the students that come in. But I've been here a long time, so yeah. Yeah. Now, did you ever look up, there's an awful lot on the internet. I actually don't think that anybody needs somebody like me anymore. I think you could find it all on the internet.
But you don't know what you don't know sometimes.
Oh, you're right.
Like,
Yes.
if you
Yes.
look at something and you don't know that it's suspicious, You're
Right.
not gonna think of, oh, I need to look up if this is okay.
You're right. You know, that's why I'm a big believer in trying to know as much as you can. This way you know what you don't know.
Right.
Yeah, it's like if I had to do this business all over again, I would go to code inspection school.
Uh-huh. You can only look things up on the internet if you know that
Yes.
it looks suspicious and.
No, but I'm just saying, I'm not gonna go this stage.
Uh-huh.
I'm not gonna go become a code inspector.
Right.
So I'm gonna be spending money going to school. It's gonna be a waste of money because I'm not gonna be doing it and, yeah. So, but if I was 30 years old, I was doing this. I go, this way, you know what the code says.
Mhm.
You know the possibilities, what they could have, what they can't have. You know, you're inspecting a house and you could, likely now, every kitchen's been upgraded. You know, every kitchen could use a GFI outlet in it now.
Mhm.
But let's say if you didn't know anything about GFIs, you couldn't suggest it to people.
Mhm.
Now, you can, let me try this. I'm going to ask my phone how to wire a kitchen. And yeah, how to wire a kitchen, rough-in electrical. How to wire electric for a kitchen rewire. See, do you ever do that, Earl? Like you go to your phone and it has a video how to wire a kitchen. Like there's a lot to wire in a kitchen. In other words,
Haven't you watched how to wire a kitchen? I've watched like how to like change like plumbing pipe because in my apartment it was leaking
oh, okay.
and the maintenance guys were taking forever. But yeah, I've looked up stuff.
Yes, no, but this is very good because when you inspect a kitchen, it has to have two separate circuits for the counter. They have to be 20 amp. They can't be 15, but it has to be two. Like, let's say I go into a house and I plug in my outlet and a tester, and it's GFI. I trip that GFI and all the outlets are out. That's no good. Some of those outlets should be on because it should be two circuits. If that GFI tripped them all, it's no good. I had one recently.
Sometimes took to the bathroom sink.
Yeah, so, yeah, but a new
And
kitchen,
you said it's what, at least 15 amps or 20 amps?
they have to be 20 amps. Two 20 amp circuits for every kitchen counter. That's because you can't, you got a toaster, you got a coffee maker. Well, microwave probably should have its own outlet. But you have these machines, a juicer. You can't put them all on one circuit. So you need two circuits and you need 20 amps. So you need, that's two wires, right? That's two circuits. That's two home runs back to the panel. Then you need one for lights. That's three, right? Microwave, dishwasher, 4, maybe microwave 5. The refrigerator doesn't have to be separate, I don't think. I don't think so. Doesn't have to be separate.
Before I had the kitchen renovated, if we put like the microwave and the dishwasher on at the same time or something, the circuit breaker would go off.
Yes.
The whole bathroom would
Yes.
turn off. The
Yeah.
kitchen would turn off and the
Yeah.
hallway would turn off
Okay,
because
because,
it was all on the same circuit.
right, because that was an older house and they didn't have dishwashers and they didn't have microwaves, you know, and they didn't have a lot of stuff. But now you do, and now you're required to, let's say, you go into a house and it has a brand new kitchen. So you walk through a brand new kitchen. You go down, you look at the main panel, you take the cover off. There's no new home runs in that panel. Something's wrong. You put a new kitchen in, you had to have some new wiring. You had to. So that's something to be aware of. Yeah. So you're supposed to be thinking as you go around the house, you know. And we started at the beginning. Electrical part of the inspection is fires, right? Insurance. Like you inspect the house, and shortly after you inspect the house, the new owners move in. They could have a fire, right? So electrical fire, it could say, Dennis, you should have noticed this. This happened, right? Now, that's not going to happen with the driveway, say. You know what I mean? And then, like these things, this could be life or death. We don't want that. That's why I'm big on handrails and stoops and steps. You know, grandma falls off the stoop and breaks a hip. She might die in the hospital. I mean, I don't want that. You know, a little water leak or something like that can seem minor, like nobody died. You know, the boiler went off, nobody died. But electrical and stairs and stuff, if somebody falls and dies or gets electrocuted, you know, they have an outlet in the shower. There's all kinds of rules with it, but I probably couldn't tell you them all. But you can get a lot of them on your phone. Like, where can you put an electrical panel? You can't put an electrical panel in the clothes closet. No, it's no good. No,
I found many in the closet in Long Island.
in Levittown. Yeah. But it's no good. Look it up. Can you put an electric panel in a clothes closet? Now you could put electric panel in a closet. It says clothes closet.
Are you allowed to put an electrical panel in a clothes closet?
No. The National Electrical Code, NEC 240.24D, strictly prohibits installing electrical panels in closed closets due to the fire hazard posed by easily ignitable materials. It also violates required working space clearances, NEC 110.26.
Working space clearance.
Now, you know what a working space clearance is? It's basically like, you have a panel, there's a panel here. Just think of pushing a refrigerator against that panel. In other words, that's got to be a working space. In other words, this is not for answering a question on a test. It's about that. In other words, you have to be above the panel, and then it has to be 3 feet wide, you know, and you have to have 3 feet space here. So I picture my mind, if
if I could shove a refrigerator, that should be clean. And you can't have running water pipes above the panel. Like you can't have a water pipe here. I think it's like within 12 inches above the panel or something. There's a lot of these things. They're good for us to know so that we could point them out to people. Like you just said it, Ben. If you don't know, you can't point it out, right?
I said something else. I said,
Yeah.
if you don't know,
Right,
then you don't even know that you should look it up that you don't know.
right.
But at least if you have some idea of something a little bit, you could quickly look it up and maybe find out a little more about it, about
Well,
how many feet it should be.
okay. So you can't have a water pipe above a panel.
And if you don't know that
Correct.
fact, you're not even going to think of looking it up how far away it should be.
Yes.
Or exactly what the right
Right.
amount.
Now, as you inspect houses and you know more and more about this stuff, you look it up more and more
Mhm.
often, and you have it captured.
Uh-huh.
But you have to have a working space. So an electrician could stand in front of his panel and not be obstructed.
Uh-huh.
You can't go into this little narrow, nope. And you can't have this panel so submerged in back that he doesn't have access to work. So it's not the exact dimension, all different refrigerators, different sizes, but it's a picture like that. That has to be all clear around it. And it has to be accessible. And like you go in an apartment and the panel cover is painted to the wall, you can't have that. Can't be painted to the wall. It could be painted and the wall could be painted, but then you screw it on the wall. But you can't take out the screws and this panel cover is painted where you have to take your knife and cut the paint. Because it's not allowed to be painted. It's a ready access. It's got to be so that electrician can come and take the cover off. Yeah. So one time I was trying to think who I was with. I was with my friend. Anyhow, we'd go to inspect the condo and panel is painted to the wall. I remember a young girl is buying the condo. She's not there. Her father's there. Her father's a plumber. So her father came to the inspection and he's looking underneath the sink and he's looking at what he knows about it. So the panel cover is painted to the wall and you have to take a sharp knife. You have to be careful and kind of, So I'm taking my time to paint the neck. Taking like 10 minutes. That seems like a long time. And they get it and they take the cover off. And there was something bad in the panel. There was a burnt up wire in the panel. The plumber was very happy. He's very, his daughter was buying the house. So he was very happy that he took the time. Now, some home inspectors will say the panel cover is painted to the wall, come get it off. Or sometimes they'll say to the real estate, do you mind if I cut this? What was the real estate going to say? Oh, no, you're going to get chips of paint, and, don't do it. So I don't ask permission. I just take out my knife and start cutting the paint. It's not supposed to be painted. Not supposed to be painted. Not supposed to be painted. I'm supposed to, on the specifications, state home inspectors.
Yeah.
It says we'll take the cover off the panel, right? It says in it. I'm paid to come here to do an inspection, and it says right in the, what do you call that? That part of the state law. The little pamphlets you used to give out to
the law.
Yeah.
What do they call it? Specifications? Or
Yeah.
what do they call it? You had that around, Phil?
Yeah.
Okay. So it does say we'll take the cover of the panel. See, I learned from experience. If I say to the homeowner or to the real estate, do you mind if I cut this panel? They could say, yeah, I don't think you should. But if I just cut the panel, what are they gonna say? But I'm careful. I don't make a mess. I don't chip the paint, or, you know. Yeah. Like one time I was walking up the driveway with my extension ladder, and my client says to me, aren't you gonna ask them permission if you go on the roof? No. What if they say you can't? You're a client. Put up the ladder, go on the roof. And now he did the inspection, and come down. One time the lady opened the back window. She had the, it was years ago, the old portable phone, you know. She's at the window and she says, my husband says he doesn't want you on the roof. Come on the roof. It's all right, I'll come down. I already did my inspection. And she needed a roof. And she had thin plywood, like 3/18 pound, you felt it springy. Probably my client didn't even buy the house. Like sometimes that people have a crawl space. Sometimes I have screws. I just take my screw gun or what do you call it? You know, take the impact driver, take the screws out, and I go in. I don't say, do you mind if I take the screws out? What if they say, yeah? See, asking a question like that, do you mind if I take these screws out? Implies that you have every right to say no. Why would I present something like that?
That's for sure.
Oh, it's Kathy Hochul. Okay, standards of practice. Okay, here it is. That's right here. Electrical system, the main and branch circuit conducted for property over current protection conditioned by visual observation after removal of the readily accessible main and sub-panel covers. Just standards and procedures. Yeah, so we're telling you right here that this is New York State law. Home inspector. But you'll have homeowners saying, no, I don't want you to take that cover off. I don't say go fuck yourself, but if I have to. Well, New York State law, home inspector, I gotta take the cover off. I'm some crazy guy. Maybe he was getting a little senile. He was old. I'm in the garage, I'm taking the cover off. I don't want you to take the cover off. I had this house inspector guy didn't take the cover off, and I'm looking for help. His wife is there. She goes, I think my husband's right. I took it off. Looking for some help. Like Harold, go inside, leave the guy alone. No, I think my husband's right. Well, you're nuts too.
How bad was the inside of the,
It wasn't that bad. It was just,
How much more angry did they get when you took it off?
well, I pulled my car up in front of the house
Uh-huh.
to do the inspection. He comes down the driveway and says, do you have a card? I give him the card. He says, you should have your address on this card. You're supposed to have the address on this card. Now, I know he's full of shit. I don't know who the fuck he thinks he is. What are you, a cop, a lawyer? Here's my card. No, I don't have to. I don't know what you're talking about. I knew something was wrong then, and I knew it was just like that. The whole way. I didn't inquire whether he was nuts, what his past occupation was. I'm numb. I don't care. It's not important to me. Yeah. What do you mean? Yeah. You're at the inspection. You know the rules and regulations. You have insurance. You're licensed. You're the expert. The real estate is not the expert. The real estate that says, I have some girly real estate, she's probably 22 years old, saying, did you see termites? No, I didn't see termites. I got termite bait stations around the house. She says, well, you have to issue them a termite-free certificate. I don't. Because who went to school? Who has a license to inspect for termites? You or me? There's somebody treating this house. They give them the termite-free certificate. I'm not going to step over their line and they do the work and I issue a termite-free certificate. You have bait stations. Part of having a bait station is having it monitored, right, Dennis? It has to be monitored by an exterminator. It's useless if it's not monitored. So somebody put them in. The guy that put them in issues them a termite-free certificate. So you can't have these people that they're real estate, but they're lay people when it comes to inspecting a house, electrical or plumbing. You can't have them push you around. You have to tell them, I know my business, I'm going to do it according to the law, and these people paid for home inspection, and that's what they're going to get. You don't ever have to be, I'm not rude to them. I think rude, but I don't speak rude. So I always talk nice to them. You know, I don't need to make enemies, but I also don't have to be asshole buddies with them either, you know, just, but they will push you around, you know. Maybe they will push us around. Maybe try and push a young person around. Maybe they see a guy that's a little green and they could manipulate him. And they're motivated. They see the thing that real estate is there. That real estate does not make a dime unless the deal goes through. They know that. I know that. But I don't care. I make it dime whether it goes through or not. I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to look at a house and talk people out of a good house and be a nice house, you know, not looking to hurt the homeowners. It's like a physical thing with me. You know, you describe the physical parts of the house that day, the condition that I see, you know, as accurate as I can. Not the favor. I mean, I wouldn't try and make it look worse so my client does better. I wouldn't try and look better so my real estate gets to sell the house. I mean, I don't look at it like that. I look at me in the house. I do a good job. Sometimes the real estate will act like you're a deal killer. You know, they're even say, "Oh, you're not a deal killer, you're a deal killer." And I would look at it like this. Sometimes a friend of mine is a plumber. I'd have him come over, put a boiler in my house years ago. A nice gas burning boiler in my house. He did a great job. He came, I paid him to put the boiler in, did a good job. Didn't hurt anybody, did he? And then, so somebody pays me to do a home inspection. I go to the home inspection and they do a good job. Now you're saying I hurt somebody? How'd I hurt somebody? I was paid to do a home inspection and they did it properly according to law and codes and ethics. And then now you're saying I hurt somebody. I quit the deal, I deal killer, I didn't hurt anybody. You maybe would have hurt somebody if I didn't come, but I didn't hurt anybody. And you're not going to intimidate me like I ever hurt anybody. I got paid to come and do a job, and I did the job. Did an honest job. You want to act like I hurt somebody? No. Go ahead. But I'm never going to think like that. I hurt somebody if I don't do my job. Could hurt somebody. Yes, somebody could get hurt. We're doing electric. I don't do my job, somebody could get hurt.
Mhm.
Financially wise, or electrocuted wise, or house burned down wise. Yeah, so yeah, if I didn't do my job, I could hurt somebody. Yeah, so yeah, you have to, when you're at the house, you're running this job. Yeah. And you could do it politely. I mean, it's somebody else's house. I don't own the house. I'm certainly not going to rent the house. Take my shoes off from my house. Take the shoes off from your house. You know, I turn the light, I'll turn off the light, open the window, close the window, turn the heat on, turn the heat off. You know, put a ladder up, take the ladder down, you know. Don't leave things open and lights on. Whatever I touch, put back the way I found it. I have a funny story. It's a little electric. In Bay Shore, like one of those big houses with the canal in the back, like a mansion. They have a canal in the back. They have a dock. They have a yacht in the back. It's an expensive house. I go up to inspect the attic. I don't know how I got up there, pull downstairs, use my ladder. And there's a light up there. And the switch is on. So I screw in the bulb. The bulb was loose. And I screw it, and the light comes on. Oh, good. I got a light up here. I have a flashlight. I inspect that. And then I'm going to loosen the bulb. I see the switch. Maybe I'll just turn the light off. I turn the light off, the bulb goes out. I don't know why I had screwed in, right? Owner of the house comes running down the hall. It's a big house. Comes from another wing. I shut off his computer. I had it's the other end of the house. It's a light up in the attic. I told him. I said, there's a light in the attic and screwed it light, you know. So it was wired up crazy, I guess. And no hard feelings. But I learned my lesson. Now I go up, I screw the light bulb in. I screw the light bulb, I leave everything as it was. I don't touch. You know, I don't try and make it better. I thought it was doing good. Screw the light bulb in and just shutting it off there. So the next person come up and turn on the switch.
But usually it's a good idea to check if the switch works.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that.
Yeah. Usually if you walk in a room, try the light switch.
Yeah, and in a way you're right. I don't feel bad about anything like that. Like one time I was checking a bathroom and I turn on the faucet for the tub and the water comes out. I turn off the cold, when the water stops in the cold. Go to turn off the hot, it spins. Like the spindle was broken. I didn't shear anything, I didn't force anything. Like now there's can't stop the water. And people got upset. The lady that owned the house said I broke it. The client was right there. He didn't break it. He didn't, you know, he just turned it on. Now it's not shut off. And then the homeowner kind of lied a little bit too, because she said I broke it, but the client told me on the side, he goes, you know, my wife and I were here, we were looking at the house, and she said to us, we never used that bathroom. So she didn't know anything about it. So anyhow, I was able to, in the boiler room, find a valve, shut it off for the water. And then the real estate started getting on me, like I should fix this. And I didn't pay much attention to it. I finished the inspection, got my car and left. Like, what the hell? Like, I said to the real estate, when the real estate said, you know, I think you're responsible for that because you touched it. So let me ask you this. If I open the front door and the door fell off, I got to put a new front door on? In other words, it's supposed to be able to open and close. I turn on, I should be able to turn on the faucet and turn it off. I'm going to see if the water runs. You know, these are things I should be able to do. And I'm not entertaining the fact that I should be able to do something. And I didn't come to invest in your house when you got some old faucet that, you know, only had one more turning left. You know.
Was the water still running when you left?
No, I was able to valve it off. But they certainly needed a plumber to fix the faucet. But I didn't break it.
How do you valve it off?
I found a valve.
Somewhere
Turned
else?
the valve. Yeah, and it shut off that part of the pipe downstream. Yeah. Yeah, so you come across these things. I remember one time this has a little bit to do with electric, you know, the whirlpool baths.
Mhm.
They have a pump. They have access to the pump, right? Sometimes just a little panel in the wall or something, you know, where the pump for the whirlpool is in the bath. This was a plastic bath, and it had like a hatch cover was Velcro, and you pull the cover off, and then you have access to the pump. I pulled the cover off, broke. Cover was in two pieces. So, shit, I just got here, broke out, big spot out. I took a closer look at it, it had been glued in the back.
Mhm.
You could see it seam where it had been glued. I called the real estate, says I looked at off, but looks like I broke this, but you could see, you know, here's the glue and here's, you could see the stain. So one time I was at a house that had a ladder up to the roof. And we were all standing there. So ladder, I'm standing here, client standing there. I think there were three of us standing there. Gust of wind came, blew the ladder down. My ladder scratched people's car in the driveway. So I fixed the car. It was the same price as my inspection, the time on the inspection. I learned a lesson, but we couldn't catch the ladder. It was like a strange gust of wind just came up and it was an aluminum ladder and it's scratching car. That's the only time I ever remember doing damage to anything. And I could have taken a ladder down, went up on a roof. One time I put the, I go out to do a real expensive house. And I think I had like, my granddaughter was at my house. I forget. She wasn't little. She might have been 16. I said, do you want to stay with Nanny today? Or Grandpa's looking at a house out in Long Island, nice mansion. Maybe you want to take a ride. And, you know, yeah, I'll go with you, Grandpa. Trying to think of a town that it was. Maybe one of the Indian names, Platonic or something. I don't know. Put them out there on the South Shore. And I go to a house and I put up the ladder in the back and I say, Tina, you hold ladder, Grandpa will go up. And I went up to the top of the ladder. It was so windy, so windy. I'm actually afraid if I get off this ladder, if I get off, she won't be able to hold the ladder with this wind. So I come down the ladder. I don't go on the roof. I went up, looked at the roof, but I came down. And then later on, the inspection, I climbed out a window on a low roof. So, and then take the ladder down. So that was my decision. Next day, that was a Thursday. Next day, I'm playing golf with my friends. We're driving out to Long Island. I said, yesterday I was doing an inspection. It was so windy. I was afraid to go on the roof because I actually was afraid for her. And one of the guys in the car, Harry, says, you know, a guy blew off a roof yesterday. It was on the news. A guy blew off the roof. Maybe it wasn't a bad decision, you know.
How tall does the roof need to be before you decide it's not safe to climb up on
It's getting shorter and shorter.
Uh-huh,
I don't use my 40-foot ladders anymore.
uh-huh.
I had a 35-foot ladder, I had a 40-foot ladder, I don't use them anymore.
Uh-huh.
So, I have I usually use a 22-foot ladder, so that get me up to the second story. And, so, as I get older, I'm a little less agile. Yeah, I could see that. I wouldn't want to walk a roof now that I used to walk, but I could walk the high ranches and the ranches. You know, some of the hip roofs I could walk if I walk up there. See, there's like if you're on a hip roof, you could walk up that seam because it's a longer, so it's less of a pitch than walking up. Like, so you have this gable and this gable that come together like this. This is a longer path. It's easier to walk. A lot of times roofs now, architectural shingle roof last 35 years or something, you know, and they have to be one layer. So you have to rip the roof off to the deck before you put this roof on. And then a lot of times if I'm in the attic, I could see the thickness of the sheathing because a lot of times you go by the plumbing vent and you could see the edge of the sheathing. You know, you could see it's 3/8 or ½ inch. We used to have some 3/8 on Long Island. A lot of it's been replaced. You know, now they started building, you couldn't use less than 1/2. So going back, there was more 3/8 that you could feel it years ago than there is today. We did have one the other day. That my friend was with me. Kevin Thompson. His daughter. I looked at a house for his daughter the other day, but he was there. So I'm walking on a roof. He goes, "Oh yeah, that's a little spongy." You know, it was 3/8 in plywood. Oh, and spaced 24 inches on center. Too. So the rest is this far apart. It has the H clips, you know, the H clips done, you know, between the plywood, the little metal clips to kind of stiffen the seam of the plywood. You know, they come together. You gotta look it up online. H clip. H clips for plywood sheeting. That's what it hurt. She didn't buy the house. I didn't want her to buy the house.
What is that?
Because people lived in a house and they sell a house as is, but they wouldn't invest in a house. Said house was built in 1968. Had the original kitchen, the painted cabinets. Had the original bathrooms. There was little tile, yellow tile. I mean, they invested no money in the house. The boiler was old. The boiler, I looked, the sheet, you know, the inspection sheet of the boilers went back to 1986.
Mhm.
I mean, the boiler's on its last legs. It's 86, 96, 106, 30 years old.
86.
40, yeah, 40 years old. steel boiler, 40 years old. I mean, how long? The boiler's on its last life. Did you see the age clip?
Yeah.
You gotta show it to them. Oh, yeah, but then on,
That's it.
yes, it says supporting edges of plywood or OSB roof wall sheathing. Both, one goes on here and one goes on there. I thought they'd have a picture of it being used on the plywood. Yeah. Huh. That's if you want to buy it. Yeah, you could show that to Dennis, but, oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good. So in between, here, show it. So what happened, Dennis, the plywood is spaced at 2 feet on center. So picture there's a seam here and there's a seam here. 2 feet, like if you walk on this, that's good. So they clip them together to stiffen that where the plywood meets.
So with the clip, there has room to expand, right?
No, it stiffens them. In other words, let's say the sheet of plywood here and a sheet here and a step here.
Mhm.
Then this one goes down and the seams rub together. But if there's a clip here, it kind of stiffens it.
Mhm.
So if I step here, they kind of stay together.
Right.
Yeah. But why do you need those clips? Because you got shitty plywood. And you space 24 inches on. If you're 16 inches on center, now you're not going to have that much.
So the plywood
Right.
was the kind of bent out of shape.
I'm up in the attic and I see age clips. I'm pretty sure I got thin plywood. If I had nice thick plywood, you wouldn't worry about it being springy and the seams. Yeah.
Half-inch,
Yeah.
not slow. At least 5/8, 3/4.
Yeah. Oh, great. Yeah. Thicker the better. 3/8. Feels.
3/4.
And then sometimes, like when I looked up at this roof, I saw the rafters spaced 2 feet, and I saw the H clips. We ain't doing too good here. When that roof was done last, they should have changed the plywood. They didn't. Now, I know what happened. Some roofer came and told the people, better off change your plywood. And they said, no. I'm going to sell the house soon. I'm going to sell the house as is. I'm looking for some stupid couple to come here and buy it.
Let the next person fix it.
Yeah. That's what happened. The panel was 100 amp. I know that the electrician was a good electrician. You could see it was licensed electrician. I know that he said you should upgrade this panel to 200 amp. And they said no. And that's why I told my client, don't buy this house. I lived here these are like the worst owners. They lived here for years and there's nothing fixed. Whatever they fixed, they had to fix. Their roof got old and leaked. They had to fix the roof. But did they do a good upgrade? Did they do it right? No. No. They upgraded, they changed the panel, but they didn't upgrade it. Now a normal person would upgrade the panel when you're changing the panel. they're cheaping out on everything. And you're gonna be buying this house and fixing everything, and you get nothing. I mean, to me, it's analogous to buying a car from somebody who never changed the oil. You know, you just don't want to come behind people like that, dude. God knows what they did, that they cheaped out on everything.
When we sold my grandma's house,
Yeah.
my uncle said we're selling it as is because he didn't want to bother
Yes.
upgrading all the stuff.
That's fine.
Just that would take time and money.
I'm not, I didn't gang it because they said as is.
Uh-huh.
It could have been a nice sturdy house. I mean, it was cheap plywood, spaced 2 feet apart. You know, an old boiler's ready to go. They upgraded the electric, but they didn't upgrade it. You know, it's like, you know, it's nothing good here. Now, if that house was not, that was a cheap built house. Oh, the plywood, it wasn't plywood, it was sheetrock sheathing on it. It was a cheap house.
Mhm.
So, if, you know, like sometimes the house is sturdy. Yeah, this is a good house to invest money in. It's a good solid house. You want to redo it. But not, they redo this house, they're still gonna have a cheap house with the rafters spaced 2 feet apart and sheetrock on it. Like, so you go to do it needed siding, do the siding, what is the siding guy gonna say? Maybe we should put new plywood here. That was the kind of house here. You know, everything you're gonna do is gonna be an overcost because it was cheap. Cheap to begin with. I wouldn't want my kids to buy that house and fix that house up.
Mhm.
Want to buy an old Kia, fix it up? All right. You know. You'd be buying something that was originally sold as economical.
Mhm.
You decide that's a good candidate to fix up? I don't think so. Now, your uncle's house, it could have been the Rock at Gibraltar. You know? Would have been a good sturdy house. A good candidate to fix up.
Or if it's a Toyota car. Those are known to last a long time.
Yeah.
That would be worth fixing up.
Or some classic or some, you know. Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, you want to fix up an old bike. You got some old Schwinn or something, yeah, fine. You're gonna fix up some roll fast, and so, you know, cheap bike to begin with. Wasn't fixed up when it was fixed up.
Mm.
Oh, thanks, Bill.
Yeah, standards and procedures. Standards and practices. So. I'm gonna try and teach him the whole book. Cut it. This is a nice book.
Uh-huh.
But you can learn a lot online.
Yeah.
You can. Like you could just be down in your basement and just go to YouTube and how to rewire a panel. You give a lot of information.
Mhm.
How to wire up a garage. You know, how to wire up a kitchen. How to wire up a bathroom. There's methods to wiring a bathroom. You know, you have GFI in the bathroom, right? Not everything on that outlet should be tied into that outlet. So if the outlet trips, you don't want the lights to go out, right? The GFI. So if that GFI trips, you don't want the lights to go out. It's dangerous. So, that should be separate from the GFI. Like sometimes, like a GFI could shut down like 6 outlets downstream. This trips, that goes out, that goes out. But, oh, you can't have a panel box in the bathroom. You inspect houses, you're gonna see them in the bathroom. You ever see one in the bathroom? Sometimes people finish off their basement, and that's where they want to put their bathroom. They don't move the panel.
I saw one in like a flipped house that was right outside of a bathroom, but it was like maybe like 2 feet from the shower.
Was it in the bathroom itself?
Yeah.
Yeah, no good.
Yeah, we definitely called that out.
Yeah. See, and the job is done. That's a good thing about being a home inspector. Called it out. You don't have to know how to fix it. You don't have to know how to wire up the panel. There's a whole bunch of stuff. You could be a spaz, but notes it. Call a professional to fix it. Yeah. Now let's see. The I'm just saying things that come to my mind now. The electric garage openers. You have an electric garage opener. Opens a garage vehicle door. Closes the garage door. They should have. They usually have an electric eye at the bottom of that.
Sensor.
Yeah. So a lot of times I'll push so the door comes down and I'll put my foot there in the electric eye and return.
The newer ones have that.
Yeah, now that's a safety thing.
I know. I have a very old one.
Okay. So it doesn't have that. But it might have a return. Grab the door sometime and should, with enough pressure, back off. Like in other words, say the door was coming down, your door, and I catch it, it might return. It's to not hit a kid or a dog or crush them to death. That's what it's for. So any house that I was at, if it didn't have some type of safety return, that's dangerous.
Right.
Yeah.
It's going to keep going until the motor runs out or the belt. So if you try to catch it, then the belt.
No, it might return.
No, it's not going to stop.
I don't know if they ever built them like you're saying. Years ago, they used to have force on them. They actually, you could adjust the force on the back of them. Yeah. And you got to be careful. Let's say you can't walk into a garage, press the button to make the door come. I always check to see if that door is locked
Yes.
before I press that button. Yeah. Otherwise.
Yeah, I will check.
Yeah.
They lock or not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And the garage probably have a GFI outlet in it. Now, it doesn't have to,
No, they
but I suggest,
don't.
because if somebody may plug into the garage and, use an electric hedge trimmer in the yard or something. I suggest change it to a GFI.
I saw many don't.
Yes,
they don't have.
but I put it on my report. I don't say they have to, but,
Suggest.
I suggest you to recommend you put a GFI in. Yeah. Any outlets outside should have
Yeah.
GFI
Or outdoor.
outside. Anything that could get wet should be GFI protected. Or if you're wet, yeah, you're using a tool. Yeah. You want GFI protected. The garage should have electric. That's a safety thing.
Because you don't want to bring extension cords to the garage to be able to work.
None of that. You don't want to, in dark of night, open a garage door, walk in, step on a rake, because you want light there.
Many old house, the underground,
Cable.
very old.
Right. A lot of talk. I put that in my report. There's electric in the garage. However, it's real old wiring, original wiring. Suggest you have your electrician maybe look at this old wire. You might need some upgrade. One time I was looking at a house. It was a Nassau cop was buying the house. He came a little late, so maybe he did a day shift. He came to the house. And I walk around the house. I walk around the outside. And he's late. Getting bored. I walk this way, I walk that way. I don't like to get too far ahead of him. Instead, if I go inside and start looking at stuff inside, then I have to show him everything I saw outside, everything I saw inside. So I'm kind of stalling. And then before he comes, I notice that the wiring for the garage is overhead. Comes from the house, there's just a wire. I must have walked under it 2 times and never saw it. I didn't notice it. The garage is pretty close to the house, so maybe the wire was like 4 feet long overhead. It was just somebody.
Come back soon.
Okay.
Was it insulated? Was it?
It's a no-no.
I mean, if it's inside of a pipe.
No, it's no good. No, it wasn't. No. It was a Banguli thing.
It's just hanging there.
Yeah. But I didn't notice.
Yeah.
I started laughing at myself. Look at this. Could have I walked around that all day and never noticed it? I hope not.
Right.
Yeah, people do things like run an extension cord or something. Not that often. But, yeah. Yeah.
If the architecture roof between 15 to 25 years, how to verify the years? The age is difficult. In new roof, easy.
Yes.
After 15 years or 20 or 25 years, it's difficult to verify how
Sometimes,
Yeah.
if
very
I'm
old we know.
sometimes if I'm up, I could see some wear on the shingles. You know, they lose that granular. You know, you see the granular material in the gutter and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of them are not 25 years old now. Some of them are getting there. Yeah.
If the roof is done very well, maybe it could last longer than you would expect.
Yeah.
Maybe it could last 30,
More than 30 years.
yeah, maybe.
Someone
Yeah.
told me that if the attic ventilation is good,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
That's better.
it's good for the room.
No, that's
I don't
better.
know.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's part of the problem. It gets heated from underneath. Yeah, they get dry. They get brittle. Yeah.
If someone go and step, very fast gone.
Yeah.
Someone step, yeah.
A lot of times you can see if the roof is worn out. It's worn out.
Yeah.
It's time to change it. You're right, the architectural shingle roofs are a little harder to tell, but they do wear. You see it, right? You see them wear sometimes.
Yeah.
That's all you could do is point out that. Sometimes I take a picture of the wear. The shingles are starting to wear out.
Sometimes the client asks how old the roof. Yeah.
Yeah.
15 years to 25 years, difficult to tell.
Yeah, right.
16, 17 years or 20 years, difficult.
But it's not worn out.
Yeah.
So sometimes I tell maybe you got 10 years left.
Yeah.
You never can control the heat in this place, right? The air conditioner.
It's a little bit too cold today.
What's the video?
Oh yeah, I don't have my car. Got my wife's car. Usually in my car, I got all kinds of crap, jackets and sweaters and things.
Usually I like it to be colder, but the weather's been so hot, I feel like I'm not used to this.
Yeah, we did have some hot weather, huh?
Mhm.
Said it was hottest July on record.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
In the country as a whole.
Wow. Hot and humid.
I have an air conditioned house and have a pool in the backyard. Sometimes I come home, I say I gotta jump in the pool. I go inside and it's air conditioned. I don't even feel like going out, jump in the pool. But if I didn't have air conditioning, I'd probably live in the pool.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, should have either one.
Well, yeah, at home it's comfortable though, when you gotta leave the house.
Yeah, I went to South Carolina one time in September. It was so hot that be in the air conditioned hotel or at the pool. It was on the beach, so you go to the beach. And then it was so hot during the day, you had to be there,
Mhm.
but then get in the air conditioned car, go to an air conditioned restaurant. I had golf clubs in the back of my car, I never took them out.
Mhm.
It was miserable, miserable.
Over 100?
No, probably in the 90s, but sun out, strong.
Mhm.
Yeah. I went to Florida one time in August.
Mhm.
It was a friend's birthday party. He was 75. So his wife invited a few of us from New York down to go to the party, and there was no relief. So 10:30 at night, still miserable out. Miserable.
No air conditioning?
No, outside.
Well, yeah.
I mean, usually 10:30 at night, you get a little break.
Mhm.
It was miserable. I mean, it was August and it was hot. So it was,
Yeah.
wow. I could say I went to my sister's house. It was June 24th. She lives in Florida. And like 11 o'clock in the morning, you had to go in. You know, like I was out doing something like 11 o'clock. Got hot. I had to go in. And then people came out like 6 o'clock at night, kind of, it's a little better. But from 11 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock at night, it's like a ghost town. I went to the beach. Beach was beautiful. A lot of breeze. I don't know why everybody wasn't at the beach. They're all in the house.
Mm-hmm. I heard there's some places where it gets really hot and people live underground.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe like in Arizona or something.
Oh, Arizona gets hot. Yeah. It's not humid a lot of times.
Uh-huh.
It's probably still a little dangerous, but it doesn't feel that bad. Guess you could get dehydrated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's time to take another break. It'll be every 2 hours. From 4 to 6, 6 to 8. Take another break now. We'll take a break early. And then Bill will come back and then we're gonna have dinner. Then we'll take a dinner break.
So you're still very busy in Hong
No,
Kong?
I'm not busy. I don't pursue it anymore. No.
You can't work too hard. That's
I don't care
sometimes
anymore. Yeah.
Sometimes if
I like doing it, but I don't pursue it.
I do,
People call, I go. If they don't call, I don't care.
me too.
Yeah,
If
I don't care.
If I doing 2 inspections a day, I'm very tired.
Yeah, I used to do 2, 3. I did a lot, but
Yeah.
I don't even want to. I like doing them. You know, it's fine now. Somebody calls, I do the inspection. It's only one. I write the report. I'm happy. Something to do. But if they don't call, I don't care. I got something to do anyhow. So.
Indian guys, they like to bargain. Indian.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I say, right.
Yeah.
I don't like.
No, I don't. I don't. No, I don't want to be bothered. I see. I don't think it's fair. Let's say I charge $5.95 for an inspection, and then they ask me if I could do better. Well, like my mind, I don't say this to them. Why should it be better for you? Like I charged somebody yesterday $5.95. They were nice people, and then if I could do it cheaper, I should have done it cheaper for them.
Yeah.
Cheaper. So a lot of times I tell them like, I have it priced where I think it's fair to you and fair to me. And I tell you, right now, I don't want to go somewhere and do it cheap. It doesn't make me feel good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I want to be happy.
Yeah.
Sometimes I go out to Long Island. I tell them it's $1,200. So, I'm out doing something in Bridgehampton or something. You know what I mean? I don't want to go there for $600. I don't want. I wouldn't be happy. I think I want to do it for $8. It's too far to travel and too much. Takes too much of my day, and But 12, yeah, I'd be happy. Do a good job, and you could get somebody else. I don't care, but I'm not doing it if I'm not happy. I don't know you. I'm doing you a favor, Yeah. But I don't, like if somebody said, oh, you could have got more, you could have got 15. I don't care. 12 made me happy. You know what I mean? I'm good. I don't like giving people discounts unless I want to give them a discount. You know what I mean? The other day I did one and it was a prior customer. So I told them $6.95. It didn't really go that bad. So when it came time to check it, give me $5.95. But I wouldn't like to tell him $5.95 because I had to go to Little Neck. So I live out in Suffolk and I drove to Little Neck and drove back. So I didn't want to say $5.95 and then go there and it's a hard job and, you know, get, maybe I undercharged them. So I told him $6.95. And then traffic wasn't bad getting in, traffic wasn't bad getting home. The house wasn't hot. So I gave him a discount. But I'd rather be my idea than their idea. Yeah, I don't like when you ask for it. We're talking about
Mm-hmm. I heard you.
There's a lot of Asians, Indians, and Pakistani. You know, they want a bargain.
That's their culture. The place they come from, they go to the
Yeah.
market, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I understand. I don't get insulted, but in other words, I don't think it's fair to my clients to do it cheaper for them. So
Right.
they can get somebody else.
and here, in
Shop around. Yeah.
here in America, most people are not really accustomed to bargaining at all. We go to the store, there's a set price for things.
Well, see, the thing is that I try and keep my prices reasonable.
Sure.
So I think it's a fair price,
Uh-huh.
and I'm not lowering it. I just don't think that'd be fair. Somebody calls up and says you could do better. Yeah, I could do. Well, why didn't I do better yesterday for him?
Mm-hmm.
I don't just so I don't think it's fair to.
Traditional style.
No, I try and be fair to everybody. I already have my prices fair.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to make it unfair to me?
Right.
Oh, okay.
So then that's when you tell them find someone else.
That's all. Yeah. I just tell them I think my price is fair, and that's it.
South Australia, 60% people living underground.
Oh, in
So,
South Australia, 60% of the population lives underground.
maybe
How
too high.
about you move?
You see the temperature too high. That's why 45.
Temperatures exceed 113 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's why they did.
How about you send them luggage? You know, just luggage.
What do you mean?
Go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
130 degrees. So
Maybe they like living underground.
we're outside too hot. On the ground too hot.
I know. That's where the grandchildren live. So,
In Australia.
no. I'm saying they don't want to move.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, so one time a guy called me up, this was funny. He says, let me get this straight. You're gonna come around and walk around my house for about 2 hours and charge me $500. And this is what I said. No, I'm not coming at all. I ain't dealing with people like that. You're denigrating my job already. So if it's so easy, you go inspect it yourself. Yeah, but I would, like, once he said that, I would never go inspect that house.
Uh-huh.
Never. But you're not going to appreciate it. I'm not going to be happy because already I don't like you. So I don't feel enthused about going there and doing an inspection for you. I'm not getting in my car and going somewhere to be unhappy. I'm out.
Uh-huh.
Do it yourself. That was the funniest conversation. Let me get this straight. You're going to walk around my house and then charge me $500? No, I'm not going at all. You don't think it's of value?
The owner of the house usually doesn't call you to look at the
No,
house.
no, this was, no, he said my house, the house they chose.
Oh, okay.
No, he didn't.
So it wasn't his house yet. It was
No.
Looking at.
He didn't say the house.
Mm-hmm.
I had one guy, this was funny. The guy, I inspected a house from in Comac. I lived in Comac too, so I was inspected a house. And then months later, he calls me up and he says, you know, I think you did a real good job. And he was praising me. And he said he bought another house. He didn't use me, he used somebody else. And now he realized what a good job I did, and he was praising me. That was weird. Okay then. Didn't hurt me. I didn't even know he bought another house. You know, I didn't care. But just was. I did say to him, "Well, how come you use somebody else?" And he said, "Well, I didn't know. You know, it just okay,
Wanted to find if there's something better.
maybe." That was funny. Yeah, sometimes people would ask me to come inspect something specific. You know, like a guy would say, "Would you come and look at my foundation?" And, you know, my foundation is cracking. So I told him, well, call my friend Mike. He's a mason. You know, he'll fix it. No, I want you. I want you to look at it. I trust you. I said, yeah, I know, but I'm going to drive there. I'm going to charge you money, inspect the house, and I'm going to tell you to call Mike. I'm telling you right now on the phone, call Mike. You know what I mean? Finally, talked him into it. You know. But sometimes, like the water is off in a house. You ever go to a house and the water's shut down? You inspect the house. So when they turn on the water, would you come back and inspect the house? So, call a plumber. Why call me? If he finds something wrong, he'd give you a price. You know, if I find something wrong, I'm going to tell you to call a plumber.
Is the water off because they didn't pay the water bill?
No, sometimes the house is winterized and the bank's not going to turn it on.
Winterize.
Yeah.
Right, so the pipes don't freeze.
It's not that great an idea. Because what happens is the house not heated either.
Mhm.
That's not really the best thing, you know, because there's, you know, the change in temperature.
Right.
So this room that's normally somewhere between 70 and 80 all year round, it's all of a sudden going to go down to 20,
Maybe 0.
you know. I don't think that's expansion, contraction.
Uh-huh.
I just don't think it's that good.
But if it's just a summer home, is
That's okay.
is it a good idea to leave the heat on the whole time they're gone?
No,
No, not really.
that's different. I have a summer home. I turn the water off.
Uh-huh.
It's a summer home. I don't have heat to begin with.
You don't have any heat.
Well, I have electric heaters. You know,
Uh-huh.
if I was cold, I could turn on. I don't normally. Summer home. I don't go there in November.
Mm-hmm.
I go there from May till October.
And did you ever have any problems with the expand and contract, like damage from the winter over there?
I don't think so.
Hmm.
Maybe the rooms are used to it.
Hmm. So it's mostly a problem for houses that are not a summer home, and then like it's suddenly abandoned or whatever, and then they're not heating the living space anymore.
Well, let's say my house now, have heat. Like I said, the rooms have always been 70 or 80,
Right. Yeah.
always. They haven't. Now all of a sudden,
If you suddenly turn the heat off, it's a shock to the system.
I don't know. I'm not saying something definitely would happen. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be a big worry to me, but I mean, I have central heat. Why wouldn't they leave it down to 55?
Mm-hmm.
You know. You know what's good today? They have leak detectors.
I always suggest to try out.
Yeah.
With detector 1 or 2. It's not expensive.
No, but they have valves now. They're about $300. That if that feels a leak, it'll shut down and notify you on Wi-Fi.
Mm-hmm.
It'll call you and tell you the water was shut down. So there's a leak in your house. You get right there and take care of it. I don't have one. I think it's a great idea. But I'm not, like, I think that if I was a snowbirder and I left my house for months, I think I would do that.
You would turn the heat off for the winter.
No. I would get one of those valves if there was ever a leak.
Uh-huh.
It would shut and notify me.
And let you know.
Yeah. 'Cause, if you're away from your house for a couple of months, something ever happened,
Mm-hmm.
could leak and leak and leak, right?
Oh yeah. Then you have to pay for the water bill.
Well, not only that, more damage.
Wow.
Maybe you had somebody go to travel, nobody at home.
Yeah.
The basement flooding.
Yeah.
2 or 3 feet high water, like
Yeah.
swimming pool. Yeah.
Oh, my friend went down to take care of his father in Toms River, New Jersey. And he had, my friend had steam heat. He had a automatic feed, but the automatic feed broke. Low water cutoff shut off the boiler, which is the way it's supposed to work. But he had no heat. It was winter, the pipes cracked. And then when they had a thaw, his house is ruined. I mean, ruined, a lot of money, fixed it up.
Someone they install some pump.
Yeah.
Case. It's good.
Yeah, right.
Good idea. Yeah.
Well, if I go to a house and it has a sump pump, why does it have a sump pump? Did they have a leak and then they had to install a sump pump? Did they have water come up? High water?
Always they install some pump if something happen. But someone they install some pump for in case anything.
Yeah.
Like because many house in the basement they don't have the drain.
Yeah. Right.
Don't have every drain. But nowadays new house they have. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some pumps in houses where it looks like it never You know, they got cobwebs in them, they never run. But I was at a house in Freeport one time. The sump pump was running the whole time I was there. And it had like a finished basement, like wood floor. The water was running underneath the wood floors.
Oh,
I didn't like it. I told my client, and my client said, I'm buying a Freeport, gotta be expected.
you mean
Not me. I wouldn't buy it.
the water table very high.
Yeah, where I live in Oakdale, my water table's not high, but down by the water table is high. And they have cesspools. So there's, no, but the cesspools fill up with groundwater. So certain times of the year, the people go to the laundromat because they can't do their laundry. You know, they need everything they can get just to flush their toilet. They can't be filling the cesspool with washing water. So in the spring and the fall, when it's rainy season, and they have multiple shallow cesspools to try and keep the cesspool high, not a deep cesspool, a couple of shallow cesspools. So here's mine. We're not buying it. I'm not buying that. I don't need that. I don't want that. I'm not gonna put a cesspool in a groundwater filter. No. I'm buying the other side of the highway. Yeah, I don't like moisture. That's a big thing when I'm inspecting houses, stains and moisture and foundation, wet basement. You know, there's lots of things you can look for. You know, the columns come down. There's rust at the bottom of those columns. I always look underneath the stairs stringers. I got water stains there. If you can see it.
Yeah, I always look the basement stain. That is
Yeah.
originally pump, original, yeah. You
One
see.
time I was looking at a flipped house, like out at Rocky Point or something. And the had carpets in the basement. Carpet was wet. Wet.
Sometimes you can smell it. Moisture.
Yeah, it wasn't, there was no smell, but I told my client, no.
Carpet's wet, there is probably mold.
Yeah, it wasn't, you know, it's a flipped house. Everything was kind of new. There was none of that manifested itself yet, but
Uh-huh.
they got problems. There's problems, you know.
Mhm.
I mean, you think this guy flipping a house doesn't know it, put a carpet there? Yeah. Well, once I see that deception, like one time I was at a house and then down the basement, all on the bottom of the walls had all new baseboard. Why is that, you know? And then they looked around and, you know, you see the telltale signs. Let's get out of here. Somebody's covering up. We don't need to buy from somebody that's covered. You know what I mean? They're not being honest. I don't know how you go down the road with somebody that is dishonest and think you're going to get a fair deal. They're going to cheat you if they can. You want to deal with them? Fine. I'm not. I like if I'm buying a house from you or you're buying a house from me, you be fair, I be fair. And if I suspect that, get over on somebody else. I don't know. I just can't believe this is the only good deal I could ever have.
Mhm.
I think I'll pass.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I feel. Because I could never forgive myself if I was cheated. In other words, you already gave me a sign that you would cheat me. And I'd never forgive myself if I went through it and then had a hard time with what I bought from you. I'd just keep beating myself up, so. We're good.
I wonder if that's just the way they live. Like maybe they didn't cover it up to make the sale. They covered it up to live there years ago.
Baseboard's brand new.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I could see some people live like that.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm just saying like that. That guy that flipped the house with the aluminum wire. People do things. It's not all that much, but I remember there was something, I was in the garage, something really, really heavy on the wall. So heavy that I need the client to help me move it. And there was water intrusion behind it. I don't think I totally gone the house, but they're trying to hide it. Sometimes you see something, you see something up against the wall and you look behind it. They're covering something.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're right. Some people live, different. That's that's okay. I don't like when people that obviously have the money live like that.
Mhm.
That seems odd to me. Like one time I inspected a house in Huntington and they had two really, really nice cars, like Volvo XC90 or something,
Mhm.
two in the driveway. And then there's things that they should have fixed in the house and I don't know. See, I wouldn't mind if I was down, let's say, in some more economical neighborhood in Bay Shore, and the people didn't get to this, didn't fix that. You know what I mean? But you see people that have the money, and then there's a stain in the ceiling there. I don't know.
Sometimes they could be smart in some ways and not so smart in other ways.
Yeah, but do I want to buy from them? No. They're not good stewards of the house.
Exactly. Yeah.
One time my wife and I went, we were looking at a house, and it was a cave. And we went up to the second floor, and there was a stain in the ceiling on the second floor. And then real estate said, well, it had a roof leak, but it's been fixed. Me and my wife, we're out. I just,
You don't want to hear about roof leak.
no, it's not that. They might have fixed the roof leak,
Uh-huh.
but you're selling the house and you fix the roof leak, but you won't fix the ceiling.
Oh, okay.
There's something wrong.
Yeah.
There's something wrong. There's other houses to look at. I don't. Yeah. I mean, all circumstances are different.
Mm-hmm.
It was the house in my neighborhood that I used to pass all the time. It was really run down, broken windows, and, real mess. And now somebody fixed it up and flipped it. Yeah, it's okay. I didn't check it, but it looks like they did a good job. But I saw one on my block, they flipping a house. So I saw them do new roof, new siding. I assume inside did a new kitchen, new bathrooms. you know, when I go buy the house, they still about have 100 amp panel. You know, they have the original electric on the house.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even go in that door. I wouldn't even. How do you fix up that house and not upgrade the wiring? I'm not interested. Like, that's a big, big flag to me.
Mhm.
That should be new electric on that house. And if they gutted the inside, then they put a new kitchen, new bed, they should have had a new pile, put all new wiring in.
Mhm.
They cut something there.
Or they got bad advice.
Well, usually people buy a house, they flip it, they only own it for a little while to dress it up and sell it.
Mhm.
Yeah. But a lot of times this is not their profession,
Mhm.
and they're trying to do it as cheap as they can.
Right.
Right? We see a lot of bad flipped houses, right, Dennis? A lot.
Many behind the garbage, behind the partition wall. Hide a lot garbage.
Garbage?
Garbage behind the partition wall.
Yeah.
They're hiding the garbage there.
We did a flipped house. And when I looked in the pit for the trap, it had 2 new covers on the trap. That was suspicious to me. Because it's a flipped house. Nobody's taking a shower there. Nobody's running water. I think they must have had something wrong with the sewer line, the cesspool or something. And then they opened it, maybe wrote a root or whatever, and put the caps back. So I told my clients to have a scope. It was an $8,000 job.
Some company less $10,000.
But somebody came in with a camera, and it was $8,000 worth of work outside. The real estate said, "Oh, that was pretty good, Ed." You know, it didn't sit well with me that why would somebody be in this trap? Like, it's not like they said, "Let's put new caps on." You know. I've had a lot of instances lately. Have you noticed that? Where do you mostly work? You work on Long Island mostly, or Queens?
Queens, Long Island, Staten Island.
Okay. Long Island, and maybe in Queens too. A lot of older houses have a scope to have their sewer line inspected. A lot of them need work. Yeah. I guess a lot of them, Long Island, are at that age now, you know. Oh, I noticed them. Like sometimes in Nassau County, I'm looking where the trap goes out of the house, and I look out to the street, and there's a tree right on line with that. I tell them to get it scoped.
Yeah.
You recommend they get scoped certain times when you think they should.
When I saw the big tree in front of the house, I will mind.
And then sometimes there's signs too. You know, there's new caps. You know.
I also suggest need buy insurance for the
Oh.
sewer.
Well, Queens has that. With
Yeah.
The EPA.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just did a report. Queens, the one in Little Neck. I told them.
When they see the
Yeah.
water bill, they suggest
Yeah.
It's just insurance for the
Yeah.
waterman and sewer line.
Yeah, I think it's $143 a year.
Not expensive. Yeah.
No, I looked it up. I just did it.
Yeah.
I sent the
How much?
people. I think it was $143. And if they had an old lead main, and it's an old house, the sewer line's probably old. I told them to look into that, sure. I didn't actually say buy it. I sent them the link. This might be a good idea.
Like Wood Haven, I saw many.
Yeah.
Steel pipe, steel waterman. Very old.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
You use a screw pumping,
yeah,
exposed.
galvanized.
Governor, yeah. Very old. Very old.
Oh, rusty. Yeah. Well, one time I was doing a house around there, and I didn't have good pressure. So then I went and looked at the water mains galvanized. Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah. When you see it's a copper pipe, if you
Yeah.
check the pressure, you know, oh, maybe the other section, I don't know what kind of
Oh,
pipe. Yeah.
oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you need to.
But again, like sometimes I'm on the second floor and I have very poor water pressure. I don't tell people what to do. I don't have enough water pressure. You know, the water pressure on the second floor when I was there is poor. Call a plumber. Have this checked before you buy the house.
I will go to downstate, turn on 2 or 3 faucet.
Yeah.
Turn on,
Yes,
and then.
Yeah.
Anytime upstate don't have water.
right? Yeah. I had one on the same floor one time. They had a bathroom, and then they had another bathroom. I think they put another bathroom on. Anyhow, if you turned on the shower in this bathroom, you had no water in this bathroom. So this is funny. The real estate hears me talking. So I come back into the living room, real estate sitting on the couch, and I don't know if there's somebody else there talking. She said, I heard you talking about the water. You know, what's the problem? I said, there's 2 bathrooms. And when you turn on the shower in one bathroom, you can't use the shower in the other. She says, what do you do about something like that? To me. Says, I would call a plumber. What would you do? I'd just leave it, she said. No, my client was right there. My client had to turn her face away so she didn't laugh in her face. I thought, she said I would leave it.
It's not professional.
What would you do? I would leave it. Oh man, they're funny sometimes. Sometimes I see something really, really unusual. Like I hardly ever saw this. I'm doing this over 50 years or so. I don't know. I'm doing it a long time. I think I started in 1980. So 1982. So I see something really unusual. And the real estate say, I'll have that at my house. I know you don't. And that's almost impossible. You know what I mean? It's okay, she says, have that. That's what I have. I don't think so. But I don't say it to them. That seems a little far-fetched to me. Some of them, no, that's not. Oh, that's not a problem. Oh, that's not a problem. Yeah, nothing's a problem. Just buy the house. Yeah.
What were they saying is in their house?
I forget.
Uh,
I'm just saying I see something so unusual, so unusual. Like
Mhm.
Maybe I saw it once before, never before. I
Mhm.
mean, the odds of me going to any house to see it. But the real estate house, it's
Mm.
okay. Yeah, I have that too. Not a problem.
Mhm.
I don't think so. They're used to houses being inspected now. When I first started doing it, when I first started inspecting houses, only 10% of people had their houses inspected. Nobody had their house.
Mhm.
Real estates weren't used to it. People weren't used to it too. They used to get upset. What are you doing? What are you looking under there for? What? They weren't used to it. Man, I remember when I first bought my first house, 1973. I didn't have it inspected. Never even heard of it. But, the, the, the inspection reports evolved. Like if you looked at an inspection report, let's say from 1980, or maybe before that, it used to be like one page. Yeah, you know, house was structurally sound, and yeah. And then what happened is that people would say, "Oh, you have to, my stoop was wrong. I better include stoop." You know what I mean? Or the sill of my garage. Oh, I better include the garage. So as people started complaining about things, now there's hundreds of things on the report. Right? Yeah. I have another funny story. I'm in. I was a fireman. I'm in the firehouse, and a young guy comes through. He has a engineering degree. He has mechanical engineering degree from Manhattan College. So he's asking me about the home inspection. Nice job, and so he goes to a class. He signs up for a class, a home inspection, and a home inspector was droning on about home inspectors getting sued, and you got to be careful getting sued. So talked an awful lot about it. My friend went to law school. He said to himself, I don't think I want to be on that end of it. He went to law school. When I bought my last house, I used him as an attorney. But he told me, I never knew that. The reason why he went to law school is I was going to go to this school, and they said everybody's getting sued. So,
You know, something that someone told me is that you know you're doing a good job if you've been in the business long enough to get sued. Because that means, you know, and at first I was like, that doesn't make sense. But then I was like, you know, that means you're getting enough people that someone is trying to get something over on you.
yeah.
Because, I mean, you can't make everybody happy. And even if you do, some people, like you said, try to pull one over on you, try to be deceitful, like,
Yeah.
oh, like the lady you told about getting a termite inspection or whatever, upgrading the electric before she bought the house.
Yeah.
Even if the lawsuits don't go through, there's still, it's still, they'll still find some scummy
It's
way
kind of
to bring it up.
demoralizing. I used to refer a home inspector that was a Nassau County cop, Keith Bloom. Nice guy. He was an electrician, and then he was a cop, and he was looking for something to do. And he did it for a while, got a nice job. And somebody he inspected a house in Rockville Center, had a lead water main, and I think he made note of it, but anyhow, the lady went after him, I don't know, she had to replace the main, she started making a big deal out of it. And he just didn't inspect houses anymore, just that. I mean, he just should, you know. Yeah, his wife had a good job. He was the detective. I don't have to hear this shit from these people, you know. I always try to bust my ass for people. I don't. Think. One time I did a house for Housemaster. It was I worked for Housemaster, and it was a house that was like not lived in for 5 years. It had damage, had broken windows, had a lot of stuff. And then people bought the house, and somebody's putting carpets and noticed that the floor had a little. They noticed the floor and where the floor met the floor molding, there was a little dip or something like that. And then they found that down the basement they were missing a column. So Housemaster looked into it, and they had two sets of blueprints.
Mm-hmm.
One set of blueprints didn't have the column in it, and one set did. And they built the house without putting a column in it, and there was a little settlement there. And Housemaster settled. I think they gave him $15,000 or something, you know. Or Housemaster's insurance claim settled, you know. That's the only payday I think anybody got it. One time I went to court for a deposition. People bought a house in I think Nessaquah, and they had a well, and then they bought the house, young couple, and somebody said that the well was too close to the cesspool or something like that. And then they had to spend money. So Housemaster had, in other words, you could have your well and cesspool inspected, but they had something you checked. You didn't want that. So at the time of the home inspection, they didn't want the well inspected. And they didn't want the cesspool inspected. So they declined to have that. And then they bought the house, and now they wanted to get some money out of Housemaster.
What the well for? For the drinking water?
Yeah. So there was absolutely nothing wrong. The house was grandfathered in. Whatever they had was perfectly legal. There was nothing illegal. So anyhow, they told me, I testified. So I couldn't be at the trial, you know, but Housemaster was there. And they told me after that, their lawyer said, this poor young couple bought this house, and now they had to pay $5,000 to move or something or whatever he was complaining about. And then Housemaster's attorney said, yeah, this poor young couple bought a house in Nessaquah. It cost like maybe $200,000. You know, all the people in the jury, their houses cost $50,000. It's like, you know, like this poor young couple. Like, right away, the couple lost right there, like the opening statement. In other words, it's not a poor young couple.
How long ago was this?
Oh, it was a long time ago. It's very clever, the attorney. Like, he went right up to the jury and said, yeah, these poor kids just bought a house for $200,000.
When could you get a house for 200,000?
I paid
Yeah.
$30,000 for my first house.
And the area, some areas still.
Yeah. Now it's probably 800,000
Yeah.
or maybe 9,000.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Big difference.
Yeah, I would say I paid at a house in Comac. I think I paid 180,000. Now it's probably $1 million.
So you get money to bring the bank.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Property.
But you have to remember salaries when I was a kid, I went to work for the phone company. Like I made $1.82 an hour. But like I used to work with guys and said if I ever made $10,000 a year, that would be it. Like that would be the end all be all.
How do you make even more?
Yeah. I remember when I did my my father's estate.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe my mother died, so then I looked at the papers. My father's mortgage was $54 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember as a kid, there was sometimes he couldn't make the mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
It's strange.
Inflation is one of the worst things they ever came up with.
Oh yeah, I don't like it. Oh,
Dinner time.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad for me. I'm retired, so I don't get,
Right.
that salary going up, and inflation's the worst thing.
Bad for anyone relying on saving.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Bill. How you been feeling?
I don't know, I got a nasty cold now. The doctor actually said it was laryngitis.
Well, I could hear that in your voice, yeah.
And I'm just, maybe 3 or 4 months or something like that. I have the same symptoms. And they put me on an antibiotic.
Right.
Yeah, okay, and then it went away.
Yeah.
And then just in the last week or so, you can hear with my voice is
Yeah.
practically inaudible. Right?
You could hear us?
What?
No, voices are audible, yeah.
Tell them stop shouting.
Who shot him?
He lost his voice. He was out clubbing last night.
Oh. Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Don't have. Bring some for him.
You know, give some to, your friend that's
Yes.
outside.
Tell him.
And you live in Queens, Dennis?
Yes. Very cold. AC must be can raise up the temperature.
On the wall.
You can. You don't have jacket, supply, jacket.
The temperature.
I say,
I don't know.
no, I don't touch, I don't. Music cannot. I should keep one spray jacket in my car. You know, sometimes.
Let's have a class outside. It's warmer.
It's warmer, yeah.
I think that house recently that I told you had the 2x6 ramp, the space 2 feet on center. Cheap plywood. I think that had aluminum wiring also. Not all aluminum, but I guess originally it was all. Now I saw about 4 circuits, maybe 5. You like that?
It was good. If you get sued, how much you usually have to pay?
I don't know, I never had to pay.
Oh,
You know, some people say that, you give them the price of inspection. That's kind of bullshit. That's what your contract says. But you go to court, I don't know how well see, here's the bad thing. If somebody sues you, you have to get a lawyer to defend yourself.
mhm.
And that's not free.
Mhm.
That's the problem.
And how much does that cost?
Thousands, I guess. You don't get a lawyer for hundreds.
Oh,
Did you ever have to hire a lawyer? Did you ever have to hire a lawyer, Dennis?
I have lawyer. I didn't engage any case now.
Yeah.
Every time before the inspection, I send to the client, sign the agreement first.
Yes, yeah, sure.
Very important.
Yes. Yeah, my,
Cannot sign on
insur-
the spot, yeah.
yeah, my
before.
insurance company makes me
Yeah.
have it. Yeah. Well, I do have insurance, so the insurance would
mhm.
have a lawyer, you know.
Yeah, yes.
I never used them.
Oh, you never needed a lawyer either.
I did give somebody one time a little money. I'm trying to think. Let's say I charge them $300 for the inspection. I offered them $300. They had a complaint. It was my friend's neighbor, inspected the house with the girl, and then she had a complaint, and I remember speaking to her. So he offered to give her $300 that and charged it for the inspection. She might have asked for more. I don't know. Maybe I gave her $350, $4 or something. Forget. It was a long time ago.
Mhm.
But I didn't fight it. I didn't talk to her. I just sent her the money and would never do an inspection for them again. And I'm sure they would never use me again. I thought, but it was over.
Mhm.
That was the only person I ever remember paying. Yeah. But people will come in. I've had a few phone calls. Lady said that there was
hump in her floor. They beat around the bush. Oh, yeah, we bought the house. What are you getting at? Anyhow, I said, yeah, in the room upstairs, there's a hump in the floor. I said, yeah, I saw that. Hump. I pointed it out. I said that I can't see below the floor. I don't know what's causing it.
Okay, too.
I said, get a contractor to open the ceiling below that floor. You could see the framing. And she said, oh, this was a funny answer. She said, my husband doesn't remember any of that conversation. Well, how would you know if I just told you now? Anyhow, I said, I sent you pictures. I'll resend it, an email with a picture of the floor, and I never heard from her again.
So we need taking many picture with a photo during inspection.
I did learn a lesson. I was at the class. I think we were still in Huntington, and there was no online people there. And I got a phone call, and the guy said, you check the air conditioner when you inspect the house? Yeah, I don't know. What time of year was it? September. Seems like I would. I said, what's the address? The class is there. Tell me, it's Oceanside. I remember the house. He had something wrong with his air conditioner. And I remember I had my A-frame. I went up, and the attic is cool. So there's some type of break or some condition going on in the attic with the air conditioner. And I reminded him, I said, I came down, I told you, come up the other side of the A-frame, and it was cold up there. And I said, you need a HVAC guy to come over and look at it. And he remembered. It was in the report on page 7 or something. But I did learn a lesson. There was no picture. Because how do you take a picture of cold air? Now, it's cold up in the attic. There are ways. I could have used my thermometer and seen a picture. And then, I could have just put a picture of the compressor outside and said, quote. So I think what he did, him and his wife read the report. They took all the concerns, a picture of all the concerns, and addressed them, but there was no picture of this. So they missed it. But I felt I could have done better. So I never, ever make a concern now in my report without having a picture. I put a picture of something. I would have put a picture of the compressor side. Then they would associate it. So I never, because people have a tendency to read over, one important line, but there's no picture connected with it. So he missed it.
You can take a picture of cold air with a thermal camera.
Yes, I know. I have a thermal camera, and I have even a infrared thermometer. Yeah, I have it. I know. I fucked up. But it was in the report. I was in no trouble. Nobody could ever get me on it. It was written. But I learned a lesson. I could better serve my clients,
But what was the problem? Was there Air conditioner not working right?
Yeah, in fact, he called me up and the air conditioning company wanted,
Oh,
thousands of dollars to fix it. But I had told him to get them before he bought the house. So he said, I don't know how my wife and I missed that.
Mhm.
I knew.
because they didn't read the whole report.
They had no picture. So I knew. I didn't say there's no picture. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I noticed it.
Mhm.
Well, thanks, Bill.
Sure.
Gotta go
Is that
there.
empty?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to, the doctor tomorrow. He's gonna say there's too much sugar in my blood. I'll say, it's Bill's fault.
What was that?
It's blowing his
Blow his nose.
Oh,
Bill, can we go home early? Too cold.
Going home?
Go home early. Too cold.
Can't stand it.
And then you also feel not well.
Finish the class online. Finish online.
Next time I'm doing
where do you live? I forgot.
Flushing. Flushing.
Flushing. Flushing.
Queens.
Flushing.
Flusher?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
1.5 hour drive. too far.
Uh-huh.
Next time I come, I need to wear a jacket like yours.
Yeah. I don't know why they do that.
You have no control at all.
No control though. If you want to play with the thermostat, you're welcome. At one time, I could, set it, and it would get the temperature I wanted to get it, and then, 15, 20 minutes, it changes again back.
Oh.
Yeah. But I don't know what they did. They make it hard for everybody in here. And you guys, if you walk just in the hallway here, just do that right now. Walk in there. Go ahead.
You'll feel warm.
Will be warm,
Yeah,
so can we bring the chair all day and
Let's have class out there.
A little bit, yeah, sure.
next time you should want to take a space and take it from the car in case.
No, I always have a jacket. I put my wife's car. Damn mistake.
He said he wanted to do.
What?
We're going downstairs. We're just going downstairs. Right here? Bring the laptop.
See what happens.
Just bring your laptop.
Yeah,
and it'll be
yeah.
fine.
I'll try.
That's all you gotta do.
What's that thermometer say? 60?
It's about 66.
66?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
66?
Mm-hmm.
That's chilly.
Yeah.
So,
Sure. You're not doing it right.
Yeah, go ahead. Easy. I can't stay here.
there we go. You still got it, Earl. All right. That's not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah. We were cold in the classroom, Earl. So we were cold. We're out in the hall. There's no air conditioning in the hall.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the subject, electric. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Like I said, give your homework, girl. You look up. I'm not sure. You can leave that. I just threw it on the ground. You could look up on
Benjamin, sit like this.
YouTube or the internet, how to wire up a kitchen, how to wire up a bathroom, how to wire up a garage. Yeah. And then, well, let's see. Let's see if I could share this. Share, okay. That bill's coming out.
You have a chair?
I can sit my chair.
You can sit there. There's another one inside.
I can bring chair. You can sit my chair. Where you wanna sit? Where you wanna sit?
Give me just this.
Where you wanna sit? You can sit my chair first.
There you go.
No outlets.
You don't need an outlet if you have a battery. The laptop should have a battery. There's an outlet down there. Oh, there's an outlet over there.
No. It's cable,
Oh,
cable jack. Okay.
Oh, no, you guys can't see. Uh,
you could share your screen?
Yeah, I do. But you have to be, that's.
Don't worry about that.
But Earl can't see that. You
Share,
can't see.
do share screen for go to meeting.
You did. Yeah, you have to sit over here. Dennis, yeah, this way you could see my screen. Yeah,
Yeah, this'll work.
Just
Right.
listen what you say.
Uh-huh.
oh, but Earl's not seeing the screen.
No, I am seeing the screen.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Oh,
good.
Perfect. All right, so,
Yellow house.
yeah, good. So that's a typical Queens colonial. There's a lot of,
This is detached.
yes, it is detached, yeah. The porch, these are all single pane glass porch. It's got, these are architectural shingles. Yeah.
So they would never do that
This is
anymore,
some
right?
cracked glass. This porch is gonna be very cold, except in the summer. It's got jalousie window, the jalousie windows, the one that flap like that, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
roller window or something.
No, they look like shingles. Yeah, but this glass is cracked here. I don't know if you can see it's cracked right across.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did they stop doing single pane glass?
Okay, I know, because,
100 years ago.
yeah, I bought my house in '73 and they just first came out with replacement windows.
Right.
And I guess, I'm trying to think, I bought it in '73, maybe I was working on '74. I put a replacement window, I did a bathroom over and put a replacement window. And damn if it wasn't single pane. And then, so '74, '75, they started coming out with double pane.
Uh-huh.
But all my windows in my house was sort of like this, were single pane glass with storms. And storms aren't bad, but, they're harder to clean. You take them out, like if you got, say, a replacement window or even some modern windows, you could clean your windows from inside. You could fold them in and clean them or something. But I used to have to get on a ladder, take all the
Oh,
screens
wow.
and all the storms off. And I think I used to put them in the bathtub. My wife used to wash the screens and storms, and I put them back, and I would wash the regular window. It was a job,
Yeah.
But they, storms work good.
Mhm.
It's not like you're losing heat, just a lot more work. And I don't think that, housewives today, they're home, a lot of times they work and they don't want to be doing stuff like that. Now, a lot of these replacement windows are vinyl, and they kind of get damaged from the sun and they warp and they don't close right, the rails don't close together right. So I'm not a big fan of them. I do operate them. You know, if the rails come up and you could lock them, I'm pretty happy. You know, you could open and close them, but I find a lot are difficult, you know. Yeah. Yeah, but you still see single pane windows. You always see a lot of single pane on doors. Yeah, because people don't have a tendency to replace their doors.
Like storm doors?
Yeah, so these were all replacement windows on this house, and it wasn't bad. This isn't a good picture, maybe I have other pictures, but the chimney is all tarred over. I don't like that, you know, it's hard to repair the mortar and see it's black. I might have other pictures of it.
Was it originally installed that way?
Yeah, no, definitely not. In other words, that was. Yeah, you can really see. Yeah, it's just.
The top flashing
Yeah.
with the maintenance.
So you could see, this is all black here.
Uh-huh.
It's got like a tar coating on, like a roof coating. So it was deteriorating a little, and somebody did that.
Oh.
That was stupid. Yeah. And I put it in the report that, you know, now it's got a coating on it, and it's harder to fix mortar.
Uh-huh.
You know, you can't see if the brick is eroded. And what do? Go up there and keep smearing it, you know? But again, like I was telling Earl, I noticed it, I reported it when they're buying it. This is their problem to solve,
Mm-hmm.
you know, whether the mason takes this off or fixes it, or if they don't have a problem with it, leave it. You know, but this is inside the garage. They're storing wood in the garage. Isn't that a great idea?
You don't want it to get
Yeah.
wet, right?
Well, the thing with storing it in the garage, and maybe bringing insects and then, you know, insects eating that wood.
Particularly termites.
Yeah, correct. This stoop is a little tilted, and there's no handrails. I know we're talking about electric, but we have pictures. This tree is overhanging. We can cut back that tree. Fill up this garage roof is shed. See, it's got a little sag in it. And then these shingles got a lot of moss on it. They're old shingles. They're 3-tab shingles. And they're on wood shingles. So, yeah. So this original wood shingle sheathing.
And then they just add on top of
Yeah,
it.
so I went running in the house up to the attic to see if if the house had a layer of wood shingles, but it didn't. It's been replaced with plywood.
Only on the
What kind of
garage.
wood? Wood single, what kind? Cedar? What?
Yeah. This garage needs a lot of work. Needs a lot of work. It was just this is actually siding down into the ground. Then they put this, you know, that aluminum siding they had on the house was actually on the garage. Then they put vinyl over it. This is a mess here.
Did you call out that receptacle that was protruding out? Like 2
That?
floors ago.
This one,
Yeah. Oh, that's fine.
I don't know. You know what it is? It's a garage.
Oh, okay.
The garage needs a ton of work. Actually, it's almost a knockdown. The roof is sagging. So the whole roof has to come up. The framing is sagging and it has no plywood. And then they got all this siding down to the ground. Now, what does that tell you about the sill? The sill on the garage is all rotted. Part of it's been replaced with cement. And the slab is all caved in and settled. You know, just. This is all rotted around here. Again, like we were saying, when you have stuff like this, you could have hidden damage. And this is aluminum side. That was on the garage, and then they put vinyl on top. Real butcher job. Yeah. This is, have, air conditioning, steam heat, right away, you see the steam radiator.
It's so old.
Oh, yeah, yeah, well, it's an old house, from like 1920. So, vinyl floors on top of it. Oh, and this actually is the red part of it. This is reverse polarity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and a lot of times when you see the outlet in the baseboard, it's old wiring. Bathroom is pretty upgraded. Yeah. Again, steam heat, but yeah, looks pretty good, right? Oh, now, this is the steam pipe. You see this residual from the asbestos? That's not good. You know, that's the most hazardous part of the asbestos. In other words, the asbestos insulation that's on the pipes, you know, you take that off, you throw it in the garbage, or, you know, sometimes they wet it down, and you can see how nice and clean it comes. But this knuckle is where they mix this asbestos cement and put it on. So this should be like coated with a gray smear that they use to, you know, encapsulate that now. So this was not done professionally. Homeowner took the asbestos off himself and left these little, so, you know, if kids around here, when they throw something at it, they could get little fibers down, maybe somebody could inhale it. So it wasn't a good, complete professional job. So have an environmental guy or asbestos removal guy come and make it right. That's, yeah, it's not good. No, it's a residue of asbestos. And that was a pound. I think it was just 100 amp pound. That's not a lot. There's some termite damage here. School evidence. Maybe there's a mud tube here. We did have a little.
Where is it located? Where's the location?
Oh, that's a basement. That was the front wall of the basement. Here's a lead pipe. See the apple joint? Yeah.
So we call apple joint.
Yeah, they wipe that joint.
Like
Yeah. They call it apple joint. But they poured the lead and then they wiped it with those cloths. Yeah. That was pretty nice. Yeah. It was pretty nice.
That pipe had a cloth on it?
No, that's what they would do, like they would heat the lead, a piece of lead, they heat it until it melted. Then they'd take a ladle and they'd have a cloth. And on the joint where they were joining the pipes with the lead, they would pour and then they would, the lead as it cooled, solidified, and it would come out like an apple. Did you see the? This is a dirty picture. No. My hands. Yeah, see this joint here?
Oh,
Yeah, that's a call an apple joint. Yeah. So they were.
and then they removed the cloth after it's,
No, the cloth is what they used to work the lead.
uh-huh.
Probably have gloves on and the cloth. Yeah. It was a skill.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like soldering it together.
Yes.
You use a screwdriver, popping it, it's soft.
Yeah. Or even your knife, you could scrape it. Yeah. Yeah.
Copper pipe,
See, I
king,
probably-
king.
I probably scraped it right there. Why not? Yeah. Sometimes I take a picture of the appliances, what is it? KitchenAid. In case they want to know what the oven was. It's a GE refrigerator. No, it's not a built-in microwave, it's just on the counter. That was my thermometer, 60 degrees coming out of that wall unit for the ductless.
Mm-hmm.
It's on the wall, so
Okay.
my thermometer's shining.
It's a gun type.
Yeah. Oh, now, there's a crawl space in the basement. You see, this is a wood column. And then they put this cement here, but this cement was not the foundation. It was wood columns, and then they filled in. This is, these are water stains. Those water stains. There's, outside, there's a gutter
Oh,
just dropping right there.
always.
Yeah, but this is all out of shape. This is, they need a foundation guy. You know, I don't want any part of this. The wood is rotted, cement. It's not real plumb. It's, yeah, you see this combination of wood and the cement here.
Kind of falling apart.
Yeah. There's a big crack in it, and water stain on the floor. What is going on? There's a front porch. Remember the front porch with the single pane glass, and underneath that front porch was similar construction, wood, concrete. I couldn't enter it. There's no hatch to enter it, so I sent a report to have a hatch. Let's see. And pictures of that in some others.
Did us
Yeah.
see the picture you showed?
Of which?
Oh, he asking,
Oh, okay.
what we doing right now?
Oh,
Did he see the picture? I don't
you
know.
can't hear me?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Disconnect.
I don't know what happened. We had him.
Hi,
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Go to meeting.
Mm-hmm.
the call cut off. He watching the YouTube.
Or maybe maybe my
He have nothing.
connection from the room, the Wi-Fi went down.
You're connected. You're connected now. Maybe
Yeah.
you disconnected for.
okay. Some reason, we lost Earl.
Yeah.
Oh, can he still? Oh, I wasn't on that, I guess.
Yes.
Is
Still-
Earl monitoring? No, but is he on?
It says one person watching.
Is that you?
No, it's not me.
Oh. He said,
Oh,
I just signed up.
you signed up?
Yeah.
Is that it? You closed it down?
It's,
Why'd you sign out? They're trying to watch. When the leader leaves, it disconnects.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
help me to get your friend on live again, okay? Yeah, I didn't think of that. It's not all the time we have meetings in the hallway.
Uh-huh.
We'll get better at this.
Yeah, right.
Bring a sweater next time.
Yeah, like I said, this is the first time I ever had my wife's car.
Mhm. First time.
Well, she was in the hospital getting some medication.
Wow.
They give her medication that people get bad reactions to.
Mhm.
So you actually have to be in the hospital
To
when
take
they
the medicine.
administer the
Uh-huh.
medication. Yeah. Yeah. Girls, so Earl works for you. He seems like a nice man. Yeah. Did he have experience before he worked for you? Or did
no,
you train him?
we trained him for a long time. My son trained him.
Oh, so he's been around for a little while.
He did the inspection.
Before he worked for you?
No.
Oh, okay.
First, he worked in my office.
Yeah.
And then sometime he go together with us to do the inspection.
Oh, okay.
Now he got license.
Oh, good. Good.
And then he.
Because he doesn't seem like a beginner. He seems like he's got some,
Yeah.
that's good.
He studying typing the report.
Yeah.
And then after that, we say you must get a license.
Yes,
And after he got a license, he go to do inspection.
yeah. And he does a good job, I guess.
He's good.
Yeah, of course. He wouldn't be working for you, right? You can't, somebody going out there and not doing a good job, right?
Yeah.
It must be hard to pay them though, right? Must be hard to pay them because they gotta make money and you can't send them there for nothing, I used to work for somebody, he gave me 60-40. I think I got 60, he got 40. My first.
And we keep on, sometimes beginning nothing to do, we keep him the pay. Ask him to typing
Yeah,
report,
right.
follow us to do the inspection, yeah,
Right.
we pay.
Now, how much could somebody like him make doing an inspection? Does he get can he get 300,000 inspection?
So he's full-time follow my
Yeah.
son.
Oh, okay.
My son will pay him. They have a,
What do you do? Maybe give him 200,000 inspection?
yeah, they have their
So
own.
let's say he
own
does
program.
2 inspections, he can make 400,000 a day.
Actually, I didn't ask my son how much I pay him.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because they full-time follow my
Yeah.
son.
But I figure if I bring somebody with me, I have to give him at least $200.
Yeah.
right? Bill,
It's not easy to find a good people follow you year and year. Not
Yeah.
easy.
Right.
And they expert, they smart, they do by their own. Right?
but if you could keep them and send them out on their own, they could do on their own, but
No,
yeah,
Now, right now it's okay. Sometimes we have appointment. We ask him to.
yeah. He could go do it himself.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, that's good. And then he does that, he makes more money, do it himself than helping your son.
In home inspection, not easy to hide people.
Yeah.
Not easy.
No. And then you gotta watch.
Yeah.
You gotta watch for a little time, watch your work, right?
Yeah.
And that could break your heart if they make a mistake.
Yeah.
You know. Yes. I never hired anybody.
Not easy.
Well, you know what it is? I had a job. I was in the fire department. I was a captain. I was a chief. You know, I had a nice job. So I would do this. This is extra money.
You need how to talk to the client.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You can't mix.
No,
anything
but
around,
what I'm saying is that this was always extra money for me. You know, I retired, I got a pension, this is extra money. So it helped the kids,
See if you can reconnect.
help them with college.
Ready? Click ready.
Okay.
Okay, it's working. There
Okay.
you go. Okay.
Oh, Bill, we got it.
Sorry for waiting.
Yeah, Earl. You got screwed. You really got screwed because you couldn't hear us.
I asked Bill let you go home first, but Bill not allowed.
Bill can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, he can.
Where'd you click end?
I clicked on. That shouldn't be that easy.
I know. You click the red button. See, that's what Bill did. Now you did
Oh,
it.
so- no, I didn't mean to do that. I was just moving this around.
Uh-huh. Well,
It's too delicate.
the
Yeah,
button's too big there.
yeah, it is. No, Bill didn't make me the organizer.
Earl, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay,
Okay.
great.
Where's Earl?
Yeah, Earl's right there.
Oh, so you earn for extra money. Hey, good.
What's that?
You earn for side income. It's good. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. If there was extra income. Yeah, I help. I got 8 grandchildren. You know, they go to college. Oh, Grandpa, you got this. You know, help me insurance my car, do this. Grandpa always had it because I was doing inspections and I could live on my pension and you know, I had extra. It gave me something to do. I still like doing it. It's a pretty nice thing to do. Yeah.
Okay,
All right, so it's-
entire screen.
Yep.
Click your screen and share. Yeah, you got it.
so-
Hello.
Yeah.
That was this. was okay. We should have.
Do you engage on the line already? Not yet?
What he's doing, he can see your screen.
Okay, I'm trying to, I wanted to pick up something like this.
Uh-huh.
I wanted to get to my desktop. Can he see this? Can Earl see this?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay,
Oh,
great, okay. So it's a ranch at Long Island. I don't know where I am. Holbrook. I'm in Holbrook. This is the cheap house. Got a little sag in the roof here.
Are you okay? Can you see it?
Yeah, I'm alright. I see.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, so take a picture.
Thanks for your patience.
Yeah.
No problem.
Stupid shot. It's a piece of garbage.
Mm.
Yeah, we got a fence here, it's crap here. You know, I really need to clean up. Look at the yards.
They're a farmer, huh?
Yeah,
They're a farmer.
look at this.
Enjoy.
Look at this. This was like a wall for the below grade stairs. It's all deteriorated, and this is all asbestos shingle.
On the wall?
No, this is asbestos. This is cement.
Oh, okay.
It's all spoiling, and then this is
Behind the house?
bricks on top of.
Behind the house?
Yeah, yeah. Let's see if we got another picture. Get a better. It's that.
Behind the garage or behind the house?
No, this is the house.
Okay, okay.
This is the basement. This is
Oh.
below grade steps.
Mhm.
Oh, I see.
And then this wall is all deteriorating. This wall is all deteriorating. You know. Yeah. These, like I said, these asbestos shingles. And behind the asbestos shingle is sheetrock. You see what? Not like this house. You know what I'm talking about? The sheetrock. Instead of plywood, they make this frame and then they put sheetrock. Exterior grade sheetrock, but it's crap. Put a nail in it, you know, nails fall out. Yeah, this is all old wood shingle. See, the nails come loose because it's sheetrock. The nail it too. Yeah. Company leader here. Oh, look at this, a hole in the roof. Squirrel? Sure, it looks like it, right?
Mm. Yeah.
Maybe the exterminator to investigate.
Mhm.
Sure, they need the roof repaired. This is an enclosed chimney here. Little piece off there. Looks like I walked a steep roof. That's the camera angle. I just walked right up there with my shoes on. It looks steep, right? Yeah. It's probably to be like that. Bless you. There's some rot here. I like the bushes right up against the house like that. There's a single pane glass here. That's it. Bless you.
Thank you.
It's oil tank.
Yeah. It's an old oil burn. That's one of the ones that 86.
Did you check the oil beneath the oil tank?
It's not underground, so you don't
Oh,
need
that's
to,
Bottom of oil tank?
Well,
you don't need to check for leaks because it's not underground, right?
well, I never touched that. I wouldn't touch
Oh,
it.
no need touch, just
No, no, this is a replaced tank.
okay.
This is basement, this
No
is
need,
new.
yeah, new.
You see when the sides are here, the other sides are, yeah.
Very old oil tank, I
Yeah.
see the beneath.
Oh, yeah,
Bottom,
yeah,
I see.
definitely, yeah.
I check.
But the bulbous on it, they're not like flat, these have handles in them, you know.
Okay, they replace the new tank.
Yeah,
Many people, if they replace the new tank, they put the ground outside the ground. They
no,
don't-
but this is down the basement. So they probably took the old tank was probably down the basement and replaced it with new.
How to bring into the basement?
That door,
Oh.
Yeah.
If for me,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
better put outside the ground.
yeah, yeah. There's a hole in the ceiling above the boiler. That's a sort of hazard, but so I put that. I could use a little cleaning.
Mhm.
That's an old bathroom.
Mm.
It's coming loose.
How old was this house?
I think it was 1968, but all that stuff was original, you know?
So what was the average for that house of like that age?
It was 100 amp.
And then you said that was out in Holbrook, right?
Yeah,
So I know parts of Long Island don't have gas, but was 100? Did they have gas?
no, actually, I think here, that looks like a 200 amp. You know, this looks like a 200. Oh, it's 150, I think. Now I remember, it was 150. I think that, let's see. Okay. Let's touch that. Come on. I was trying to get the off gauge. I wanted to pull up the. just not seem to come in there. Get some worthwhile on here.
Mm.
Maybe I could get something from here. Yeah, I think they need a new service, huh?
It's all rusted.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, this is a little 100 amp meter pin. Wow. I see rust like this. I always say, being an electrician, there's a lot of rust outside this. Maybe there's rust inside. Right? So,
Yeah.
you know, this got to be investigated by an electrician.
I also will check the electrical panel inside, see any,
Yes, yes.
any corrosion.
But see, usually this is not a overhead. This is a lateral. This is coming up. So a lot of times, like any moisture comes in from around. Yeah, the overhead, that seems the one that leaks into the panel. See, this wire comes out like this. So, yeah, these are all pushmatic.
Oh,
Yeah. You don't see them that much anymore.
sometime.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, obviously, this was from not that long ago. See, it's all plastic wire, you know. It's not real old wire. Yeah, okay, so we get rust, we call electrician.
Mm.
This looks like a garage door or something. I don't know what the heck is going on.
So is that like the old?
This here,
Connection over.
I think this looks like a garage door. I don't know quite what was going on there.
But the recommendation would be to see,
Yeah.
pull it out.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, now, this panel, I don't like, see this nest of wires over here? And look at all these doubles. Yeah,
No more space.
yeah, you can't work in here. Yeah, it's too crowded, too congested. We'll have an electrician look at this, right? Yeah. We don't need that anymore. Let's see if we get a. Oh, this was a condo.
What kind of chips do you have?
Yeah, yeah. Hope you got enough for everybody, huh? I'm gonna have to, it's like watching somebody eat ice cream going, I'm gonna have to buy chips on the way home.
Mm.
This was a condo, not a heavy gauge wire, right? Yeah. It was pretty nicely wired. Yeah. This looks like not a wire that the original electrician put in, you know? Looks different. Looks like a, this electrician put all this in. It was so neat. Came down this side. Yeah. I don't think we need that. It's not instructive.
Was that apartment Long Beach?
No, I think it was Hempstead. My credit card.
Mm.
This was a flipped house. This wasn't bad.
It's a small one.
Well,
Small range.
it's pretty nice, actually. It's, you know, the short side of the house is facing us.
Sure, but it's
Yeah.
still very small. It's only one floor.
Yeah, it's a ranch.
Range.
Yeah, with a hip roof. Well, what I like about the hip roof is everything sheds, you know, there's no valleys. And look at nice overhang, protects the house, huh? Don't mind that. The chimney needs a little work, see, it's all cracked up there. Crown is shut. You're making us hungry. Oh, I don't like this wood mast.
Mm.
That's an old wood mast, you know?
For the,
Yeah, for the electric, yeah. No, I tell people, that should have been changed when the guy did new service. Yeah. Yeah, because what happens is the old wood, and it gets rotted and potential leak. See it coming through the roof? See, when he did the new electric service, see, he put a new conduit on here. He should have put a metal
Mm-hmm.
mast.
Middle
Yeah,
pipe.
Is that a potential fire hazard?
no, no, it's not. No, that's, never seen a fire, but it's a potential leak down by the roof because the wood is old and it gets deteriorated. You know, so why would you ever have new service on this old wood mast? The old wood mast is like 60 years old. Get rid of it when you get the new service. No, you're gonna do something new, do it right. How much more is the mast? And see, this is not doing its job. This cable is exposed. So this conduit that's protecting the cable should come all the way down.
They
The
didn't make
meter
it,
pit. Yeah.
they didn't make it long enough.
It's a crappy job. Yeah. And this is loose here. You know. They need work there.
What are you eating? Tell us. What are you eating?
Oh, chips.
Yeah, we know.
What kind of chips?
Full ranch Doritos.
Oh,
This is
this is.
indirect.
Oh, indirect.
I like them. Oh, somebody put it happens all the time, right? Somebody put the barbecue too close in.
Oh, and then it
Yeah,
melts the siding.
yeah, buckles.
Can you go back to 2 photos ago?
Sure,
To the bank, the sewer plant?
yes.
Is
Okay,
that all right? There's a wire coming out of there.
yeah, that's okay. Yeah, it's coming alongside the pipe and it comes out.
Okay,
This is cable, it's low voltage. There was a little junk in here, like indicating like there was a fast backup or something. And
oh, for
I called out for the people to have the scope and everything, and they did. It came out good. Came out fine. So I was happy with that. They bought this house. Wasn't bad. Yeah, so I used this ladder. I folded it up and then put it in my bed. Yeah. This is, see, I take a picture. This is a pillow here. She had the heart surgery recently.
Oh, wow.
So she's walking around with a pillow.
I thought she was holding a baby.
Yeah, yeah. I had to remind myself too. I'm tired of looking at mother and father, baby, but it's a big,
It's a big pillow.
yeah. I forget what she had done, and she's not that old. It's very nice.
Hmm.
This looks like the attic base, right?
That's not okay, right? To have that junction box up against the insulation.
Yeah,
Yeah, right there.
I don't see it. Yeah.
The metal box, yeah, that.
Oh no, I think it's okay. Yeah. That wasn't the greatest picture. Just picture looks blurry or something. It's down the basement. Yeah, it's down the basement.
Well, they have a kitchen in the basement.
I think so. Yeah. So check the pump. Let's see. See, they have, see what I say? They have a diagram here.
Oh, yeah, for the electrical. You gotta know what all those squiggles mean.
Yeah, yeah. But you see these, these look like to this, like you could put doubles here.
Uh-huh.
Let's see if they. Kitchen, yeah. Oh, I couldn't get that box off. I couldn't get that cover off, like, because it was too tight, the opening. Yeah, I couldn't get it off. No,
I was great.
if the owner was there, I think he was gonna take care of it. Now, it was one of those things, maybe I could have got it out, but so we're getting it back in. And you know, it is a little, we're talking a metal cover, a metal box, and you have trouble maneuvering it. It kicks, you know, like that's why you like that nice space to work around. And you could just take that cover off like that. It seems safe, but once you have to start tilting it and bending, it, you know, if you got a metal cover in your hand, you tilt in and
Yeah,
hit something in the panel, you know.
sometimes not easy to.
No, yeah. I do try my best to get it, but, yeah. I don't like leaving it for somebody else. You know, I'm not gonna get hurt either. I got 10:25.
Okay, finish. We almost done,
Yeah, Earl,
Okay.
okay?
I think Bill's gonna come on and tell us that Dennis could go home. Could take a hot shower.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad sitting in the hall, was it?
Yeah. Wanna do it again?
Next time.
Yeah, next time.
Next time.
Okay,
Yeah, wasn't bad. We still got the connection.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wi-Fi goes,
Yeah.
about 100 feet.
Okay. How's my battery? It's okay. I don't think I could do the whole class, but I could maybe plug in somewhere, like you said. Where was an outlet?
bathroom. Maybe,
Down there.
That's not outlet, it's a cable.
Oh, yeah, that's Take a look.
Project.
Yeah.
The nearest is bathroom.
All right. Well, I didn't need it. Let me get through it. Oh, Earl, I said your homework was to go online, see how to wire up a kitchen
Okay.
on YouTube. That's good. I recommend that. I did it. How to wire up a garage, things like that. You can learn a lot on YouTube. The only thing is that you learn how to do things right, but we inspect houses and see things done wrong. There's no school to go see how things are done wrong. That's what we need. We gotta write a book. And this is wrong, but you'll see it. This is right, but you won't see it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, so we need to
Find that.
fill out one of these
There's an outlet in the
forms
bathroom.
and bring the other one to,
I actually didn't,
Say goodbye.
yeah.
Say goodbye.
Yeah, I'm gonna say goodbye, Earl.
All right. Take care.
And there's oh,
tell them.
you have,
He's gotta
you
fill
need to
out.
fill this form.
Yeah, the form, Earl?
I'll bring it to you.
Okay,
Okay, thanks.
all right. He's gonna bring it. I trust him.
Hey,
Oh,
All right.
yeah, I'll just go in.
Oh, okay.
All right,
the next class is on the 28th,
26.
26th? 26th.
There you go. You said it.
That's what you said last time.
last class was the 28th. That was July.
That's what, yeah,
And the 12th and the 26th.
26. Okay. You find something that, you know, when you're writing that.
How come you came in today? Instead of going online? How come you came in instead of going online? You came here. You could have went online.
To the website.
So how come you came
Um,
going online?
he,
You missed it.
he sent me a message, yeah.
Yeah.
Because 2 years ago, I think I met you here.
Yeah.
Because I want to renew my license 2 years
Yeah.
ago. Every 2 years.
Yeah, right. No, better for me if you're here, you know, I have somebody to talk to. It's hard when there's nobody here. Nobody wants to talk online. Well,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Just write your name, sign it. Name, number, sign it.
You sign already? Not yet. How about you?
I think he has a different paper
Oh,
for me.
okay. Benjamin, the instructor, what was his name?
Ed White, EDWHITE.
EDWARD.
WHITE.
No, sorry, okay.
Okay.
No, I like to do. Thank you. Bye, Bill. How long flight to home?
Less than a half an hour.
At least, my need at least 1 hour.
Yeah, no, I'm less than half an hour.
Good night.
Right.
Okay, I'm ending it now. Goodbye.